We also added some effects, right? So when we get followers, because we have a follower goal now, so when we get a follower, we can do some effects like this, right? And it'll boom, yay. So we're just trying to, I'm just trying to do what I can to make it a little more enjoyable, and we'll go from there and see how it works. So hopefully this goes well. Let's jump back into our game instead of wasting all this time here, and we'll see what's going on. Bring up the I'm not sure my closed caption is working. So that's a problem because I did state that we are doing closed caption. So we need to have that working. Let me reload it and see. Maybe it's working now. Yeah, if I got a All right. Well, hopefully it's working. I can't tell if it's working, and I don't want to waste a lot of time here trying to figure out if it is or not. Um, it's the best I can do. I've got it set up to work. If it's not working, I do apologize for those of you that like to watch it in closed caption. Let's jump down and get into it then. So, we left off playing Redfren, and we had just entered Act 2. I smoke, don't smoke. It's pretty bad. We did get a new bot as well, so no more filters for LMAO or any of that stuff. It's got some different commands in there. Have fun with it. Nightbot is what we're using for the moment. All right, so we just entered Act 2. And we have come into the main camp, and we're going to do some exploration of the camp. But before we do all that, like always, let's go through our character, and we'll show what the character is and how it's working. All right, we are playing a lawful good oracle who is focused on persuasion and knowledge arcana with some minor touches in perception and lore. We are a heavy focused build, so we are focused in battle and skill at arms. And yeah, we're going with the angel path. We're kind of playing the old guy that, he was not chosen, he never picked this lifestyle. He's an ASMR, and he became an oracle, but it wasn't by choice. Right, and the same thing with the angel. He's going to become this angel epic path, but it's not by choice. And so, he's great sword, heavy armor, stuff like that. We picked lame because you have to have a curse if you're going to be an oracle, and his was lame. So he suffers a -10 movement speed, but he cannot become fatigued. He cannot become speed reduced by armor, and eventually he becomes immune to exhaustion. Kind of one of those. I mean the werewolf one, the one where you look like a wolf, is the least impactful, but that's what we went for. Now we did just level, so we can do that real quick, and from there we will go. All right, we are level 6. So for this, we are going to bump our basic skills, and then we are going to take the Archon Aura. That's it. That's it for this level. Okay, and so we did get close to the heavens mechanic, which is the mythic character draws on the power of good, and he unleashes a ray from heaven, targeting an ally within 50 feet of him, and he heals them for 46 plus 2d6 per epic per mythic rank. We are rank 2 at this, our rank 1 at the moment. And so it would be 46 plus 2d6 that he's healing them for. We did pick up our Cure Serious Wounds for that level. And we have our Arcan's Aura, which we'll tag right there. Alright, let's do everybody else's level as well. I think we were auto-leveling most things. Also, if I remember right, we are... Yeah, this is our Hoarder. This character is a Hoarder. We want all the stuff. And that plays good and bad. I mean, it's bad because you get weighed down a lot, but it's good because you do get a little extra money, which you'll need by Act 3. So we're not going to level Darien or Warjif. We just don't need them. So leveling them is just kind of a waste of time at the moment. We will level Darien later in this act, because we just entered Act 2. But let's level our Scroll Savant. She's basically a solid wizard all the way through. She gets 3rd level spells. She already has haste, I take it. So really what we want to do is try to get spells that are going to be helpful to the party, which aren't common scrolls. I mean, you can kind of... She's a scroll savant, so you can kind of pick whatever you want and just buy the scroll if you want that spell and you haven't got it yet. We're going to avoid Stinking Cloud until we get Selective Skill, because that spell just butchers your party. She can't cast these. That's why they're down. They're thumbs down. We'll take Sea Communal, and I'm thinking we'll grab Lightning Bolt. That takes care of her. Then we'll go to our Witch. She's kind of our universal healer. And for her Hex, she gets a lot of these. But for this Hex, I think we will go for Evil Eye. Let's do it. Evil. And then got Cure Moderate Wounds for free, but I don't know if she gets Cure Serious Wounds for free. And she only gets 1 spell. Let's take Cure Serious Wounds. If I'm wrong, feel free to let me know. Yeah, let's take Cure Serious Wounds. She's kind of our cure. So that's how we use her. Lan, I think we're still on auto level. They do a really good job with him. Bark Skin is kind of useless for us, but it's alright. And Camilla, I don't think she's on auto. Oh, she's still on auto as well. And Tila, 6th level paladin. And we already have the thing, so I think we'll go with let's take disease. Alright. We have to do our horse real quick. And then we're going to run around the camp. Before we forget, let's do their spells. So we're auto. We don't have to worry about that. Darien's auto. And we're not going to worry about Woljif right now. He got another spell. We could take another Spike Pit, or we could take Haste. Or no, let's take the Invisibility Communal. That lasts 10 minutes per level, so that lasts a fair amount of time. We'll just grab another Burning Arc. Keep her beefed up with those. Already got her fire. She's auto. Camilla, we have Dispel Magic. We have Resist Energy Communal. I think we'll just take another Cure Series. And she's got her 2 Bark Skins. Same thing. Take another Cure. We're good. Alright. Let's run around the camp. Erebeth's going to follow us. Oh. let's do this first. We have the storyteller. And if you remember right, we had those items we picked up. So we have the elven notes that we can give him. We're not going to read the storyteller. I am going to read this time, so I won't be skipping a lot, but I won't read the storyteller. I didn't like him in Kingmaker. I don't like him in this. He's just long-winded, and he just tells stories that half of them are not even relevant to anything other than some background. I'm just not a fan of him. But we need to go to, can you explain some items that I'm carrying? And then we have enough for the broken buckle. And that, he combines it together. We can tell him that we had a vision. And that's it. Alright. So that buckle is right here. Right here. It's really good, but it's bugged right now. Anytime you leave an area, you have to reactivate it. Anytime you leave. That won't matter though, because we're just going to give it to the queen. When she shows up, it belongs to her.
Watch out for trouble.
All right, and because this is our first time in camp, before the camp is actually set up, they've got multiple stuff that we can grab. So we're going to go through and grab all the stuff laying around. And then when we come back into the camp, they'll repopulate it with more gear that we can. So that armor is really nice. If we go into Sela right away, she's wearing half plate. This is half plate of vigor. It gives her a +2 to Constitution. So it drops her hit points up to 75, takes her con to 16. And we've got Amber. If you try to talk to people during this point, there's only a few that will actually talk to you. Sorry, I got something in my throat here. Most will just give you a generic response until you come back to the camp for real. There is a hidden thing there, and it looks like we missed it, or it's not there yet. We'll see. Here's Darian. He's saying he's just telling us that he's going to leave. And if you're flirting with him, this is a good point to do so. We're just going to say, if you feel like you don't belong here, hopefully we see you again in the future. Get to know you better. We'll throw a banquet when you celebrate my victory in Dresden. Victory in Dresden, your optimism is charming. He smirks, then seems to start slightly. He continues in a more even tone. Well, should you prove lucky enough to survive by some miracle, come find me. Perhaps I shall remember you. No promises, though. In any case, I intend to wait until the army departs. I do love a good send-off, especially when it is I who is staying and someone else who is heading off to meet their dairy and hopeless end. Sometimes it does good to... This is why I don't read out loud, by the way. Reading out loud is just not my thing. Sometimes it does good to ruminate on the unfairness of life. Well then, farewell, Commander. I assume I shall be your most precious memory on this most distinguished and exhausting road to the pointless slaughter of battle, or if not, the most precious memory, then at least the most stirring. Darian smirks before instantly losing all interest in you and pretends not to be there. So these are those guys we saved way back, the little actors. Well-dressed dwarf is lecturing a motley company, shaking a ladle at them, belligerently noticing you. She flings up her hands. Good afternoon, your commanderness. Do you remember us? We are the crew from the next door theater company. The one you saved in Carnarvus back when you weren't your commanderness yet. As you can see, we've come to the campaign with you. We've signed up to clean pots and mend the soldiers' clothing. Keeping up a theater is expensive, so we all take side jobs. But we don't stop what we are doing. We're going to put on a play and you about your legendary feats. Of course, the crowd's scenes are difficult. We can't find people to play the hordes of demons, and we decided against using a ritual to summon real demons. Luckily, we have a master Kempf, and he's invented a way to solve this problem using sound. Kempf, the sound master. We caught a pig and some piglets who ran away from a burned out village. The glum and husky half-orc mumbles softly. We put the piglets in the box and scare them a little. And the sound they make is just like the sound of an approaching horde. Oh my gosh, reading out loud is just a nightmare. If you guys want me to stop, just tell me. But the most important question is, of course, choosing the lead actor who will play the great Knight Commander. We had the right Barney over it, breaking a number of lances as well as a shovel and a rolling pin and a set of back scratchers. But we just couldn't decide on the matter. What? Maybe you can help us. We have two candidates that are the most suited for this role. One will have the honor of conveying your heroism upon the stage, Commander. I am to be played by gnomes. I'm to be played by a cyclops. Don't you have any other actors who vaguely resemble me? I don't need a theater like this. Let's ask if they have any other actors. We're a small and poorly funded theater, and we only have a few actors, but they are all so talented. One of a kind. I've chosen the ones that are best suited to this role. Trust in my vision. I have more than a few successful plays under my belt. So who should we be played with? Gnomes or cyclopses? I say, let's get played by gnomes. Be short. Oh, not a gnome. Two gnomes. I can't even say those names. They're twins. One of them sits on the other shoulder. One of them sits on the shoulders and puts on a long coat, and they can play tall characters. They switch places every so often, so each gets a moment in fame. And that way, they each only have to learn half the script. A Cyclops actor. He's completely tame, believe me. Has a few issues with articulation. Who doesn't? But what a powerful physique. Well, make him a nice costume, wash him up, brush his hair. Truth be told, in our show, you mainly just make short, heroic exclamations at fateful moments like "Onward," or "We will never give up," or "My heart burns with courage." Lumpkin can definitely handle that script. Alright, I've made a decision. We will be played by gnomes. Wonderful. Sorry if we took you away from your important things. Heroes and commanders do. We're off to rehearsal. First, we'll wash the pots, then we're off to rehearsal. Let's go, you lazy lumps. Don't embarrass old grandma now. I am terrible at reading out loud. So, like I said, if you guys decide that you'd like me to stop, by all means, let me know. Smoking is not good. Don't do it. All right. A group of soldiers is talking loudly, laughing joyfully, and passing around a flask. So picture this. My sword is by the fire. 2 goblins out about to snatch it, and 3 more are digging through my tent, and I'm sat in the bushes wearing just male shirt, wondering what the blast to do. The old mercenary taught me about the male shirt. You can't sleep in armor, but it's not so bad in mail once you get used to it. Too bad no one told me not to go into the bushes without my sword. So what did you do? What did I do? I barked like crazy. Goblins are afraid of dogs, you know. So they all went wild and started running around. I spotted my sword, and they spotted me, so I jumped over the fire wearing nothing but a chain shirt and grabbed my sword, and I yelled in a big, tough voice, "O Inheritor, grant me the power to crush these filthy creatures." My sword's shining. The goblins are screaming. I jump to attack them, and they fight back. But I fought them off somehow. But ever since then, I never take a step without my weapon. Sela takes a sip of her flask. Ha ha ha. That's some story. Hey, stop. Stop gulping. Leave some for us. We only just set off, and you're already drinking. And with the queen in camp, too. Stop this at once. The knights quickly snap to attention. Sela raises the flask and says loudly, "Right you are, Commander Triblade. We are but drinking to the queen's health. We can do lawful, which is Sela show some discipline. We can do chaotic, which is take the flask and say, give me a sip as well, to Her Majesty's health. We are a lawful character. We will choose the lawful option." Sela becomes more serious and puts the flask away. "My apologies, Commander." "That's better. You're a paladin in the army, not a mercenary on a raiding party. Make sure you act like it." Alright. So as you can see, reading out loud, not really my thing. It's a skill. I can read just fine, but reading out loud, you need to get used to it. It takes time. I don't think I've read out loud for years. Alright, so all we did was step in here to grab this book. These guys won't talk to us. Milla won't talk to us, because it's all intro. Point. They just want us to explore the camp. This is the temple. Don't believe there's anything of value in there. We can check real quick. No, nothing. I don't actually know what the temple is for, other than to just be a prop for the area. Alright. Now we can come over here. And we have a few people that we can talk to. So Horace is here speaking to this guy, Wilser Grams. And I believe Wilser Grams sticks around after Act 2 and into Act 3. Tell me about yourself. He just kind of goes through and gives you a brief description of who he is. What is his duties in the camps. He'll be looking after the soldiers for Act 2. And then what do the soldiers think of their new commander? And they mostly talk about our unusual power. So let's see what he has for sale. Get rid of all our junk. Then we'll come up here. Now, do we have any weapons that we need to keep? That's all we want to check. Got a shiny dagger +1. So I guess we'll keep that in case we haven't given Wardref that. But it doesn't look like we have anything else, so let's sell these. Armor-wise, same thing. We don't need any of this. This is the Agile amulet. We don't need that. How high did we get on the scrolls? 3. We can get rid of these. Cause light or inflict light wound. But other than that, we'll keep the scrolls. They don't weigh in. And we already have a bag of holding. So you can't buy another bag of holding yet. You get the next one in Act 3. He does have a couple of items that are useful, like the Ring of Protection for 8 grand, and these bracers. These bracers grant the wearer a +2 competence bonus to AC, attack, and damage against flying creatures. Oh, these are not the right bracers. They're not the ones I was thinking of. Alright, that takes care of that. We've searched the whole camp. Let's go into our tent. We've got more stuff around here. We can run and grab real quick. Because we're hoarders. Let's read these books, just in case I've missed any before we put them away. So that we can get skills, if any of them offer skills. I don't know if they do. I know there's a section in this chapter where we'll get a lot of books that offer skills. Yeah, none of them gave us any. But we still save our books. I save them so that I can go back through and read all this stuff at one point or another. Alright, let's talk to the queen. Get ready to read this out loud again. The queen greets you with a stare. She has dropped the pompous air, which she did to announce the Fifth Crusade. Her face, the face of a ruler of Mendez, appears calm and thoughtful. She has made her move and now awaits her opponent's reply.
Commander, I'm satisfied with the troop review, but I do not expect they will be sufficient for the task. You will have to prove yourself a shrewd leader and hire the necessary troops with the provided funds. I have chosen a target for your campaign, and that target is Dresden, our lost outpost within the World Wound. The Sword of Valor was kept there, a banner that was once carried by Iomade herself. Our greatest relic was lost when the city fell. I should make one thing clear from the start. The Sword of Valor is no mere symbol, but a powerful weapon against demons. The holiness of the banner weakens them and robs them of one of their most dangerous abilities, teleportation.
Alright, so this is kind of our goal for all of Act 2, is to get to Dresden. And you find out more about Dresden as the story goes on, but they haven't been able to take this thing back in like 75 plus years. Once the demons got a hold of it, that was it.
A forced march to Dresden awaits you. The Sword of Valor is kept somewhere within the Citadel. The demons probably think it's a hunting trophy. Its recovery is just as important as retaking the city itself. I hope the task is clear. I'm sending 2 specialists to help you, along with the soldiers. A historian, Nura Denduar, and a cleric, Soziel Danik.
The queen nods to the human man and the young halfling woman standing next to her. You can't see the game?
Famous inquisitors.
Thank you for letting me know. Oh. Gosh. Thank you, Tineezy, for giving me a heads up. That's very, very helpful. Thank you. How about now? You can see it now, right? All right, let's jump back into it. Yeah, sorry about that. I kept it on the just chatting screen. Really bad about switching these screens back. I'm gonna get a little board thing and make. No problem. We didn't do much anyways, so it's kind of the curse of being a new streamer.
Whom everyone calls Hawkblade.
I do not wish to keep you, Commander. The matter I must discuss with you is extremely important, but it is not directly related to the Crusade. You no doubt wish to meet your new comrades and speak with Her Majesty. Therefore, I shall leave you now, but I ask that you seek me out in the camp at your earliest convenience.
Hi! Listen, it's amazing here. It's like I'm in a ballad. There's knights in shining armor, deadly dangers, glorious feats. We are going to show those demons! I'm so tired of sitting in a library reading books about history. It's time I took part in it!
No problem. I understood, Tineezy. Thank you. Yeah, this chick, Nora, you find out more about her later, so I won't give away any spoilers on that.
I'm glad to help our cause, Commander. If you have some time later, I'd like to speak with you further.
You'll have plenty of time to talk. You're the Knight Commander's people now, his trusted advisors and companions. Now then, will you please leave us? Irabeth, you can go too.
Alright, so I believe if you're following the lawful path and you're also an angel, you can actually have a romantic situation with the queen. But I have no idea how to even begin to pull that off, so we'll check our options more carefully. The first option, and then we'll just go down the list. When we meet at the Defender's Heart, I never imagined you would make me a commander of the new crusade. I have some questions about my mission to retake Dresden. Did you know the souls of angels from heaven were confined in the Wardstone? You should know I received an unusual gift in the caves of Carnabras. In a vision, I saw the depths of an angel called Lyriel. Somehow, he was able to grant me the ability to reveal the light of heaven. We also have show that little belt buckle that we made and ask if she remembers this. And then, what are you going to do? So let's start at the first and just work our way down.
Some actions may be deemed bold or even extreme. And beyond those, there are some you might call the Queen's last resort. I am not a simple monarch. I am at war with the Abyss, a war which has lasted over 100 years. I cannot allow myself the luxury of caution. In you, I see a chance, and I am willing to stake everything on it. However, you cannot blame me for putting you in charge of the crusade. I only formalized what had already happened in the hearts and minds of many. People spoke of the power that descended upon you.
Don't smoke.
Helped you save the Wardstones from corruption and total destruction. Word of this feat quickly spread far beyond the borders of Mendev. There was no other person who could better fit the role of Knight Commander of the Fifth Crusade.
That's right. Nobody else could fit this role. Just us. He's been trying to fit the role for decades and failed every time.
Of course. I shall answer.
We have some questions about the Crusade. How did the demons manage to conquer Dresden?
That's a good question. Its walls were built by dwarf craftsmen, and the power of the Sword of Valor protected the city. Alas, where raging hordes failed, a single lying tongue was all they needed to succeed. The demoness Minago convinced a young and ambitious crusader named Staunton Vane that the banner belonged on the battlefield. He went on a daring and unapproved raid, and the banner ended up in the enemy's hands. The city fell soon after. Ever since then, for 7 decades, it has served as a citadel for the forces of the Abyss.
Staunton Vane, I saw him in the Grey Garrison. He defected to the demon's side?
Oh, really? I wasn't informed of this. After Dresden fell because of Staunton, He was nearly sentenced to death. He deserved it. In wartime, men are hanged for far less. But you have no idea what a terrible sight it is. A raging crowd of crusaders baying for blood. Never have my fighters looked so much like the demons we are fighting. I commuted Staunton's sentence and stripped him of his rank. Not just for him, but for my army and my country. We are not Hell Knights. We do not maintain discipline with public executions.
All right, so we have some more choices here. We have, it's a tough choice, I understand. You punished him with a life of disgrace and humiliation, and that life finally broke him. It is sad, but it is not surprising. You should have exiled him, let him go wherever he wanted. That way he would have either changed his life for the better or realized that he had no one to blame but himself. You can do lawful, which is shouldn't have stayed your hand of justice. If he died, he wouldn't have been betraying you now. And then evil, I can't believe no one decided to punish him unofficially. And then no choice alignment-wise, which is the past is the past. What matters now is that he's fighting for the other side. I expect we'll meet him in Dresden. So we're going to support the Queen. We'll just say it's a, we'll be good. We'll say it's a tough choice, but I understand.
Thank you for your support. The longer you live, the more things you do, and the more criticism you endure. Today, many blame me for all manner of reasons, and few try to understand my actions. Your words warm my soul.
What forces are at my disposal?
Everyone we saw today at the parade. First among them, the Eagle Watch, who remain a powerful force thanks to Irabeth's resourcefulness. Also marching with you are several minor knightly orders, as the minor volunteer units like to be called. And finally, I have personally selected some recruits from Neurosian. They have little in the way of battle experience, but great determination and a thirst to prove themselves. I've always thought that an army benefits from at least one such unit. These forces, as I said, are not enough for a march on Dresden. You will have to hire additional troops with the funds that have been provided to you. But for a brave commander, and I hope you are one, that is just the beginning. If you retake Dresden, recover the holy power of the Sword of Valor, and gain a foothold in the region, then new armies will join under your banner. The Fifth Crusade is only beginning. Many battles and victories lie ahead.
It's been decades and no one's managed to retake the city. Why do you think we will be different?
We have a chance now that we haven't seen in decades. But it's more than that. You created this chance for us by foiling the demon's plans in Canabris. The army who attacked the city came straight from Dresden. Demon hordes from the Abyss are usually encamped there, but many of them perished on the streets of Canabris. We must attack swiftly, before they can restore their forces. When the city is free and the Sword of Valor appears before our soldiers, they won't be sending in any more reinforcements. Demons cannot teleport into an area protected by the banner of the goddess.
What about the long-term goals? Do you know how to get rid of the world wound forever?
Now you are talking like a real knight commander. However, answering your question is not easy. To win this war, we must bar the demon's way. There are a few planar rifts leading to the Abyss across the territory we call the World Wound. The best specialists we could find have tried to close them on separate occasions, with no success, as you may have guessed. The World Wound is more than just a chain of portals to the Abyss. We do not understand its nature yet. The methods of rift closure known to magical science simply do not work here. However, we have a hypothesis, and a rather well-grounded one, that we must begin at the source of the problem, the place where the World Wound was opened.
I've never been past Act 3.
Through the city of Iz and the Threshold Fortress, deep in the former lands of Socorus. We have never managed to fight our way so far and gain a foothold to allow the mages to explore the origins of the World Wound. So, the next step, after you succeed in Dresden, is an offensive push deeper into the World Wound. with the aim of reaching threshold. The very threshold of the abyss.
I have no more questions about this.
Wonderful.
Did you know the souls of the angels from heaven are confined within the wardstones?
I had guessed as much. Many angels fought alongside us in the First Crusade. Heaven was unable to mobilize its full might to aid us, but individual celestials
Yeah, something
volunteered
new.
to fight for our cause. Then one day, they all vanished, saying that they were setting off on an important mission. Not long after, Iomede's herald erected the first wardstone in Canopus, and then the others in cities across Mendev. Even back then, I had nagging doubts, but my faith in Iomede easily assuaged them. It is for us to serve the goddess after all, not to question her works.
Yeah, I think it's cool. We're only in Act 2 right now, so I've actually been through all of this, and the only reason I'm not skipping through it super fast is because I know some people would like to see the build-up leading into this campaign.
Nevertheless, I am pleased that you solved the mystery of the wardstone in Canopus and were able to save this gift of Iomede. It was a deed worthy of a knight commander of the Fifth Crusade.
You should know I received an unusual gift in the caves of Carnabras. In the vision, I saw the death of an angel called Lariel. Somehow, he was able to grant me the ability to reveal the light of heaven.
Lariel. I knew him. He disappeared shortly before the world wound grew, and Dresden fell into the enemy's hands. In the chaos, we had more important concerns than investigating the fate of a single angel. Even one so righteous and beloved as Lariel. And afterward, matters took a turn for the worse. The angels left us to go on their special mission. It is so strange to hear the names I used to hear when I was young, like getting a message from the past. It is sad news, but it brings me back to the times when we strongly believed in our victory, and we rushed headlong toward it without fear. Could it be that such times have come again?
We're going to show her the convent of the Inheritor and ask if she remembers this.
I thought this relic was destroyed many years ago. How strange it is to see it whole again. At one time, it gave me hope. I am pleased that this object will serve the crusade once more.
I had a vision that Emote, or however you say her name, is giving her convent to you.
I was young and did not fully understand the magnitude of the duty that had been entrusted to me. Iomede gave me hope and strength to see me through the trials ahead, and in so doing, she won my everlasting loyalty.
Do you still remember the oath you swore back in battle?
Always. No matter how arduous, no matter how dark the skies, no matter how much blood flows from my wounds, I shall stand with you. We shall fight for our loved ones and our friends, for the right to live and die free. We shall do everything we possibly can, and after that, we shall begin to do the impossible. And if the hour should come when our arms can no longer raise our swords, our bodies will become a shield to cover those who still have strength to fight. I, Golfrey, Queen of Mendev, swear this to you. This is my vow.
You withstood a blow from Arulu Voresh in battle.
I would proudly declare that to be true, and say that even Arulu Voresh could not kill me on her first attempt. But to do so would be boasting. I was protected by my goddess. However, I was glad to see that, no matter how great the betrayer of humanity's power, it is nothing as compared to Iomede's might.
Let's give her the inheritor and just say, please take this gift. The convent, I don't even know. The inheritor should belong to you.
Let the Covenant's restoration into my hands be a good omen for this war. I thank you. I shall ask the priests to offer prayers for you, that Iomede may send you strength and fortitude in the coming battles.
That gave us some experience points. We really don't need it on normal, so if you were playing on a higher difficulty, you might want to keep this, but to use it, and you can actually tell her you want to keep it. I don't know what she would say if you did that, but you can keep it. And then we'll just say, and what are you going to do now?
Overlooking a spot of insubordination just at the moment. However, I shall answer you. I shall prepare the defenses at Nerosian and all the other border cities and plan the future of the Fifth Crusade. Does that satisfy your curiosity, Knight Commander?
Now, if we were going with the path of the Aeon, it would open up some options here. We declined that path, but we did open the path, but we declined it when we went to the Wardstone and all the angels were fighting each other inside it. We only got rid of the evil angels, but left the good ones locked inside the Wardstone. The Aeon path would have had us release all the angels back to where they belong. We are going to choose the angel path and say, my queen, I ask you to remain with us. The Dresden campaign is the hope of this crusade, and the blessing of Emote that you carry may be decisive in our battle.
What is this I hear? A polite attempt to appeal to the conscience of an old sovereign? I don't know if you realize what you're suggesting. If our enemies in the depths of the wound were to discover that I was with your army, they would immediately send their most vicious demons to attack. They would stop at nothing to be rid of me, and thereby sow chaos across Mendev. But you are right. I shouldn't be sitting it out in the rear. I am a warrior queen, and a queen of warriors. Yet my fighters have forgotten what I look like. Fine. I shall join the crusade, but on my own terms. First, I shall assemble my entourage and lead the parade out of the camp. I shall catch up with you later, along with a few hand-picked bodyguards. We'll change our armor, and I'll become a knight of a minor order and join the troops incognito. Until we approach Dresden, no one should know I am among you. But before we storm the city, I shall show myself to the troops and join the battle. Let it be a surprise for the demons. I hope you won't complain of my company on the road, Commander, since you were the one who insisted upon it. Do you have any other questions?
The task is clear.
Splendid. Ah, yes. We have one final matter to attend to. It should be rather enjoyable. Count, there you are. You received my instruction?
I did, though I did not have time to read the thing before I was dragged before your majesty. In truth, I was readying myself to depart.
No matter. I trust you will forgive your sovereign for the rather brusque summons, especially when you learn what prompted it. As you are aware, he has recently been appointed my Knight Commander of the Fifth Crusade. I spent a long while pondering whom to appoint to the highly sensitive post of Commander's Field Attaché and Advisor Plenipotentiary without portfolio. Congratulations, Count.
It is a great honor, I suppose.
So we can say that's a great idea, a rather frivolous gesture, my queen, or a wonderful gesture, your majesty. I imagine our dear Count would have been inconsolable if you hadn't given him the chance to serve the common cause. Let's be lawful. Let's say it's frivolous.
The adequacy of any measure can only be assessed against the reason that prompted it. Isn't that so, Count? I had my doubts about whether you were ready for such a responsibility, Count, but your conduct in Kenobris has put my mind at ease. So, you will travel with the troops to Dresden. Only the commander may remove you from your post. But I trust that you will dutifully fulfill his orders and make a good showing of yourself. Especially since word of your appointment, Count, will reach the court at any moment. All of Mendev's nobility will be following your successes in service to the nation, including all of your devoted admirers. I even heard that one bard with whom you are particularly friendly has already begun composing a ballad to honor your heroic participation in the crusade and your faithful service to the commander here.
Your largesse truly knows no bounds, dear cousin. I am most gratified by the honor you have shown me.
Then let's get going. May Ayomade help us.
All right, so that kind of takes care of the introduction to the crusade. We will go over some of the crusading tactics and stuff like that. Let's run and talk to her. We won't read through all of this, but she's just basically going to say that we've gotten a lot stronger. We're going to tell her that we've gotten more dangerous. She says, yes, exactly. And that's it. Done. All right, we have a few things to do now that this town has been reset. So before we go sell everything that we just picked up in our own tent, we need to go collect everything. Even though we already did that, they repopulated all the stuff. And you know us. We are hoarders. You need it all. Give me the stuff. There are also some quests that we need to pick up while we're in here. And we can start right here. So we're going to talk to Erebeth, and she is going to... We can tell her that we found her scabbard while we were searching around in the keep. That'll give us some experience points. And finish that quest off. She basically says that she left it behind because of something. You can ask if her wife is sick. Or we can just be lawful and tell her it was foolish to part with her weapon. Which we'll do. Yeah, you should totally buy it, Tineezy. It's a very good game. It's very fun. My parents were loyal to the servants. Okay, so we can talk about the Queen's got counterintelligence on us now. Now here's the big one. Aside from turning in the scabbards, you also want to do... We need reinforcements. Can you get us more soldiers? Yeah, this is a really good one. I like these kinds of role plays as well. They're called CRPGs, I believe. And there's a bunch of them. There's a lot of them. Pathfinder, Kingmaker, Baldur's Gate, you know, they all fall into that category. Action role plays are, or ARPGs, are like Diablo, where it's more action-based than it is story-based. So we told her that we needed to... We basically told her that we need more soldiers. She agrees that she can get more soldiers, but we need to pay 7,500 gold in order to do that. Definitely take this option. She doesn't provide a small amount. She gives you a solid amount across the board of archers, soldiers, and clerics. And otherwise, you just start out with 100 soldiers. Alright, and we'll go into the crusade once we get there. It's hard to believe your origins are so humble. And we're done with her. Alright. We can go down here to Ember. Ask how she's feeling about the new abilities. Ask what she thinks about us becoming the Knight Commander. We're done with her. Really, we're just grabbing stuff. There's this secret spot right here. Yeah, there we go. It's got lots of stuff. Which has some armor for our horse, some barding. And the horse can use it. Let's see. Right now they're using light armor +1 with an AC of 3. Max dex of 6. But we don't need this dex of 6. So we've got 4 and 2. Let's do the 4. Alright. That takes care of the armor. Let's go down into this back area. And we will talk to Nino. Or Nino. Or however you say her name. Says, oh boy, there you are. Very good. Just in time. You will be delighted to know that I need you for an experiment. So, the Grey Garrison stands roofless. Demons are running for the hills with their tails between their legs. Mendev's queen, what's her name? It's on the tip of my tongue. Ah yes, Galfrey, is scurrying to and fro, and all this is somehow connected to you, my loyal follower. Thus far, there are no scientific evidence that you're evidence of your exceptionality. If one discounts blind faith in the divine intervention, which I do, we people of science refuse to believe in the inexplicable without proof. We are the ones who explain the inexplainable. And therefore, open your mouth and say ah for me. So we'll say ah. Nino peers into your mouth with a practiced eyes. With a practiced eye. Ah, right. Your throat is fine. Your tongue looks perfectly normal, and your breath, he sniffs, smells in line with a regular functioning digestive system. Now for your teeth. She sticks one hand into your mouth and probes your teeth, in turn, with each skill of a seasoned dentist. No detectable alterations. By the way, did you know that many individuals, while being wholly civilized representatives of their races, still have amazingly powerful bites? As if she is suddenly recalling something, Nino promptly pulls her hand from your mouth. If someone gets on my nerves, I can bite them hard enough too. Can you? We definitely must test that someday, but not today. Now, we are conducting an experiment of a different kind. Moving on. Alright, well, what do we have next? Ears. Let me check your hearing. Testing, she screams. Your hearing is fine. Was fine. But, don't worry, it's scientifically proven that it should return to normal soon. Next, Nino circles you. Eyes are clear. Posture is satisfactory. Limb length is standard. No lice. She stops and rubs her chin in contemplation, and in the slightly dejected tone says, "Boy, you are a picture of health. It's a pity. I was expecting to find some kind of abnormality. Well, now let's assess your mental state." Hold on. I think I got a thing on my thing. A thing on the thing. I did not get a thing on the thing. Imagine a hypothetical situation. You are a tree. Two squirrels are have found their way into a hollow and are now copulating inside there. What do you do? What is this nonsense? Let them copulate. Why should I care? I'll stick a branch in the hollow and drag them out both by the neck. I precisely do nothing because I'm a tree. I've had enough of your experiment. Let's let them copulate. An unconscious act of good, allowing two lesser creatures to procreate while procreating them during this crucial, important process. Protecting them during this crucial. Alright, on to the next question. Another hypothetical situation. You are a tomato. You have just been picked from the vegetable patch and are put into a crate. You know that today the cook will use half the tomatoes from the crate to make soup. What do you do? Again, we have the nonsense option. If I'm going to be eaten, then there's not much I can do. Let's face it, I'm a tomato. Try to dig deeper into the crate. There's nothing I can do. I'm a tomato, remember. Taineezy, why don't you answer this one? What should we pick? Oh, she might have stepped away. Oh, okay, she's still here. So, okay, the options are I'm going to be eaten. If I'm going to be eaten, then there's not much I can do. That's the fate of a tomato. I try to dig deeper into the crate. What nonsense. Or you can say, there's nothing I can do. I'm a tomato, remember. Or you want to say there's nothing you can do because you're a tomato. Okay. Aha, aha. An unconscious act of withdrawal, inability and or unwillingness to see something larger behind something smaller. All right, I understand. Your angelic mercy speaks for itself. Your behavioral pattern definitely shows an inclination towards the angels. On that note, I deem this experiment complete. Thank you for your participation. Nino looks at you pensively and then gestures at you with a wide sweep of her arm. And yet, you remain a puzzle to me. I love puzzles. One of these days, I will solve you completely, unless I forget. And that's it. We're off to collect more stuff. Yeah, Nino's a little crazy. A lot of people either hate her or like her a lot. Here's Hillor. He's the guy that we get companions from and stuff like that. We can ask him if he knows anything about the crusade and stuff like that. Why didn't we get the chance to ask him about our Finn? Did we already ask him about Finn? I think we did. Alright. So let's head back into camp further. We're just going to do a big wrap around here. Because there's a couple of missions that we need. There's a note here. Alright, let's head into the field medic, because this is where we are going to have our scroll guy that sells the magic items and different scrolls. We need him because there are a couple of magic items that we need to buy. Okay, we can ask him who he is. This is, you remember Rathamus? This is him. Let's see what's selling. He's got the charisma +2. I think we might already have one of those. He's got wisdom +2, headbands, all good, all good. I think we'll buy the charisma if we don't have it. The conman's ring is not bad, but we really don't need it right now. And then you've got some cloaks and stuff, but we don't need to waste our money on that stuff. So let's see if we have a headband of charisma. We do, so we don't need it. Let's just go. Yeah, Nino is one of those characters you either love or you hate. Alright, let's talk to Darian. People say you are deliberately trying to get on the Queen's bad side. And he basically says, does it even matter? And you can go through evil, chaotic, or good. And then good option is, you know, the heroic dragon who died deserves to be respected, not mocked. How do you like your role as my advisor? He basically says, are you poking fun at me? Did you also receive a fraction of my unusual power? And he says he did. And that's it for that. There is a guy that we need to talk to up here, and then we'll have to come back to get that quest. Soso.
I'm very pleased to meet you. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me.
He's a cleric, a full-time cleric, and he's going to give us a mission right now.
It's a pity I wasn't there at the Grey Garrison to witness your feats of strength with my own eyes. The flash, however, could be seen miles and miles away. Some people were frightened of it.
I have not sold. We sold the first time, but I haven't sold yet. No.
It was a good sign. The light above the city showed us that there was still hope.
I'm going to skip through his dialogue. It's not overly impressive. He just kind of explains a few things. Who he is, what he does. We're never going to use him, except for this one mission, or unless we absolutely have to.
very... They did. Now it's my... Perhaps I went to war because here's where I'm most needed. Yes, I know that you are burdened.
Okay, so that's the personal request. He's basically asking us to go to a graveyard and help with a burial that's taking place. All right, so this guy we needed to talk to. He's going to give us a quest. He's doing an investigation onto Darien, about Darien's past. His entire family died tragically, and there's not a lot of information about how Darien's family died. So he's asking if you will please convince Darien to let you go to his mansion, and so that he can do the investigation. You have to go back to Darien after you speak to him and ask if you can visit that Haven's Edge. Darien, like a true neutral evil debauchery guy, basically says, yeah, he's going to throw a party. We can all go there and have a party, even though his whole family brutally died in that place. And then you can ask him, you're going to throw a party where your family died? And he's like, yep. And then we'll say, all right, deal. And that's it. Sorry, I'm speed racing through this. It's just, we've been through it, and I'm terrible at reading out loud. All right, we'll read more when we get into chapter 3. We get to spots that I haven't done before. So, this mysterious elf is important. You're going to run into her a couple of times in the camp before you find out who she is. I saw you talking to a chick. Who was she? I don't know. She was asking about people. All right, show me what you have. Now we're going to sell all the stuff we collected. We still have that knife we need to see about, but everything else we can get rid of. All right, so not too much money, but just for a quick run around that we had to do anyways, we got a little over $2 grand for it, or right around $2 grand for it. Let's check. Yeah, let's put that knife on him. All right. We'll get rid of that dagger too. Okay, that takes care of everything. Now, I kind of have a heads up on what we need to do first, but before we get into all that, we will talk about the crusade and how it's working. There is a bug that might require me to restart my game, but we'll see. We're going to leave the camp. It's going to ask who we want to take. Now, this is important because we need to get rid of somebody and take... Oh, we're exhausted. Never mind. Let's go rest. Let's change the scroll. We're going to try to write to see invisibility communal. And let's change the pastry to... Let's get the fatigue going on. Yeah, I forget to sleep with them. How's the stream working? You can see me moving and stuff this time? The curses of being a new streamer, man. Every day, every single time I make a mistake, it's just a given. Until this stuff becomes more natural to me, it's just bound to happen. Alright, we all slept. We're all rested now. We got all our spells prepped. I'm glad. Let's get rid of her for the moment, because we're going to take him so that we can do his quest. It's real close to where we're going to start. Alright, so now we're going to get into the crusade a little bit. And I'll speed through some of this stuff. If you have questions, feel free to ask. The first thing I want to do in the crusade is turn on automatic battles. Not automatic crusade, just automatic battles. It gives us a screen where the computer determines if the battle was won or lost. And if we don't like the results, we can get rid of it. And of course, the majority of the time, you're not going to like the results. All right, you push this red banner up here and you get this. This is what you would have started off with if you didn't pay Tri-Blade for those extra soldiers. This is what she provides you with. So easily double what you already have. We're going to take him up, and then you can bind them with this little button, and we'll just drag them over. All right, now we have one army. The next thing we need to do is get a commander for this army. If you push the I button, it'll bring this up. We'll assign a general, recruit a general. Everybody's different here. And there's lots of tutorials online and stuff to help with this. But I am a fan of wizards. Now, we could take her. I don't like this particular wizard very much. What I'm looking for is somebody that's going to start off with a particular skill, and I want them to also be a wizard. So it doesn't look like I have that option. The easiest way to refresh and get new generals is just to close this and hit it again, and it'll bring up new ones. So Master of Maneuver is what I'm looking for, but I also want that to be on a wizard. So we're going to close this again. Nothing's wrong with her, but as you can see, we got exactly what we wanted. We got a wizard with Master of Maneuver and Scorching Ray. That's what we were looking for. And then these things is the attack power the general provides to the troops, the defense the general provides to the troops, the magical power that he has, and his army size. So Master of Maneuver is important. We want to grab that every time it's available because it allows us to take more than 3 people in our military. So let's recruit him. The first general you recruit is only 500 finance points. We'll explain those in just a moment. But the one after that is 6,000. I typically only try to use one general. And then I just have him run across the map all over the place. And I'll have some spare armies that I'm not using sitting somewhere. But no general. All right, so now we have a general. Here's the thing. We can see here that this army can move 31 paces. It has a morale, which is right here, if they get a bonus or a negative. They have their army strength and the maximum number of units you can have in that army. Because he started with Master of Maneuver, we can have 4, even though we only have 3 at the moment. And then you have their perception. The higher this is, the better. It will unlock things as the army moves across the map. So if you ever see any skills to bring it up and you don't need any particular skill at that time, perception is the way to go. All right. Now that we have our single army, if you push this recruit button, right, so we didn't get the bug. That's awesome. The way this works is pretty simple. In Act 2, all we have to worry about is this, which is finance points. But you also have material points and energy points. We don't need to worry about those right now. Down here tells you how much finance points it's going to cost to recruit these people. That's important when you start getting mercenaries because they can cost a lot, and that price is not static. So we're going to recruit all of these guys, and we're going to recruit all the archers. Now you can see we couldn't afford all the archers. There's still 14 there. Let's buy some more resources. Buy 1,000 resources. It's going to cost us 5,000 gold to buy 1,000 of resources. And let's buy the rest of these. All right. We'll take this up and combine it with our army. And just starting off, we're at 266 soldiers, 94 archers, and 20 clerics. If you've ever played Might Magic, that's how the Crusade works. It's very similar to Might Magic. But before we do anything else, let's go back to our main character and head over to the cemetery right here. Noble. An elderly man limps towards the grave, clumsily throws a handful of soil inside. How unfair. They were all so young. They had their whole lives ahead of them. They sacrificed themselves, and an old cripple like me gets to live. An elven woman with a face bathed in tears steps up to the grave and whispers, "The painting, it burned like everything else in the house. There's nothing left for me to remember you by. Nothing." A young man throws a handful of soil into the open grave and stands beside it for a while, lost in thought. Finally, he sighs and steps back. Thosiel throws a handful of soil in the grave in front of him and takes a deep breath, prepares to speak, but it seems that he simply cannot find the right words. The cleric wipes a tear-filled eyes, gathers his resolve, and says in a gentle voice, "I wish you a warm welcome into Shielin's realm. We will win this war. I swear to you, we will banish the ugliness and evil, make the world a richer, and let peace blossom in it. We will make sure anything like this, he breaks into sobs mid-sentence and then falls silent for his declaration. I'm really terrible at reading out loud. We have some options here. We have the good option, which is thank you for everything you've done for us. We have the lawful option, which is you fought honorably and will be remembered steadfast in your duties until your final breath. Your deeds will not be forgotten, which is the one we're going to take. Sosol is too absorbed in his grief to hear you, but the other mourners aggressively raise their fist into the air, inspired by your words. Glory to the heroes of the crusade. Never forget. What is that? An elven woman shrieks in horror, disrupting the atmosphere of the silent mourning. Her trembling hand points to the side where she points at a grave. Suddenly a corpse climbs out of it, wafting a horrible stench from its rotting body. It's a zombie. Run! And zombies are chasing after them.
Save the last one
All
for
right,
me.
we need to do some quick preps here because there are a lot of them. It only looks like there's two, but there are a lot. And we are completely surrounded by them. So, let's do some prep work. Let's turn on our Archon's aura. And for her, let's turn on Veil of Heaven. We will have Camilla cast Protection from Evil Communal. We will have Zan just start shooting people. We don't need see invisibility in this area, so we will have a pit. We'll cast a pit right here. And then we'll have Sosol, or whatever his name is, cast prayer. Let's do it! Let's go! The pit didn't go off because she got tagged. We've got our aura going on, so let's do Bless next. We'll let Sela attack. We don't need any protection from energy at the moment, so let's take her and do Bull's Strength. We don't need the pit anymore, they're too close to us. So let's do Mirror Image so she doesn't get hit again. And for Sosol, let's do nothing. Let's have him attack. Alright. Now we'll go back to Ninuo and we will cast Haste. Because it is such a cheesy spell in these early levels. our character, we're just going to let him go off and start attacking people now. That's the end of them. With a heavy heart, Soso looks at the corpses of his friends returned to rest by his own hand. What twisted mockery! Who could possibly wait? What is this? He bends down and recovers something from the ground. Take a look at this. Soso hands back a black onyx gem to you. Once precious, this stone now is covered with cracks, falling apart in your grip. You examine it to see a minotaur head, the unholy symbol of Baphomet. The cleric's voice, perplexed at first, fills with rage as he speaks. Cultists, simply murdering my friends was not good enough for them. No, they had to come to the funeral and desiccate their graves as well. We can say, I'm sorry you had to go through this. Looks like some people in the town were only feigning their grief. They will pay for everything they have done when we find them. We'll just say, sorry you had to go through this. These demon worshippers are everywhere. Now I understand why the inquisitors of Canabras became so paranoid. Wait, the townspeople fled the undead without knowing that they had a traitor amongst them. Wherever they are, they're in great danger. We must find them. Alright. Let's grab our stuff because that's how we are. We have a lot of different options to do stuff. We're going to come over here. Somebody help me. We'll unlock this door.
Am I not?
Unique undead. A half-rotten corpse of a woman shambles out of the crypt. She leers at you with her empty eye sockets and croaks a few words. Thank gods. And thank you, too. I knew this was going to happen someday. They buried me alive. Who are you? Baroness Nimilov Bolfard, however you say the name. At your service. The dead woman bobs clumsily, attempts to curtsy, her legs barely supporting her. My estate is not far from here. Let me assure you that you are always welcome there, assuming you are properly attired. Say, I hate to break it to you, but you're actually dead. How dare you? What utter foolishness. Do I look like a corpse to you? No, no, no. You forget yourself. You should be ashamed to say such things to The dead Baroness wiggles her finger at you in a chastising manner, but cuts herself short, staring at her own hand in horror. What? How? This is simply cannot be. I shan't permit it. I'm afraid it's true, and I am truly sorry. The graveyard was desecrated by a necromancer. It seems he has deserved your arrest as well. Dead woman covers her face with what remains of her decaying hands. So I died. But even in death, the accursed servants of the abyss are torment me. Can nothing be done? Perhaps you could lay me to rest? I quite enjoyed my life in this world, but now there is no place for me here. Not in this miserable form. How did you awaken? Do you remember anything? Allow me a moment to think. She seems like it, yes. Indeed, I awoke because I heard a voice. They were reciting poetry, or a prayer, perhaps. I suppose those were spells then. It must have been Christ-damned necromancer. Would you like me to pass along any words of comfort to your friends or family while you're here? That good-for-nothing band of hangers on? Most certainly not. Thank you very much. I am reasonably confident that they have already brought my estate to ruin and squandered the fortune I bequeathed to them. They will have to do without my missives. Spare us both the indignity and embarrassment. You see, I would still be in the company of those I truly cared for, were it not for your discourteous sorcerer and his parlor tricks. Lay the undead to rest. Rest in peace. Thank you. Do feel free to take my burial jewelry. Those pieces are dreadfully out of fashion. Where am I going anyway? And we cast Cure Light Wounds on her. She said she had jewelry, but I guess not. Alright, there's a little spot up here we can jump into.
Well, this didn't go.
Come on, Lan, get in there. Take the stuff. Take it all.
Lan, you're so awesome, Lan.
Alright, it's night, so let's cast light on somebody. Light. Let's cast it on Thela. Let's do our buffs now because we've got a couple of battles coming. So let's do all our buffs. We're still protected from evil? No, we are not. We can do this on land, but it's not going to work. Oh, I guess it did work. The invisibility, displacement, and we have 4 more haste. We can do a bit of luck. Alright, let's go. Let's go. So we're just gonna run here real quick and kill. We're about to be ambushed, and you can see we're about to be ambushed by a lot of people. Let's cast Bless on Social, or I mean Haste. And then we'll set her up for auto-casting magic missiles. Alright, there's some archers coming up here that are kind of a pain to deal with. We want to get this guy right here. And since we can't get up there... Oh, we used our pit. Alright, well, let's just run for it. Get him! This guy can be a little bit of a pain. Alright. Now we have to go in this, in here. But let's heal ourselves first. Let's recast our, a couple of our short-term buffs. And we'll recast haste. Here we go. Don't you dare get away from them. Soso runs off. Who are you? What do you want? All you have to do is die in the name of Baphomet. Have faith, you can do it. And we're just going to go right into battle. Unfortunately, Social dropped down to 0 because he ran off like an idiot all by himself and tried to fight everybody alone. Alright. I surrender. Stop. I give up. Don't hit me. The young man in black robes throws his hands up in a dramatic gesture. You damn rat, how dare you? Suddenly, Soso becomes a totally different person. The artist's delicate hands clench into fist while his voice comes out as a menacing roar. He leaps at the necromancer and breaks his nose in a single punch. You scumbag, I remember you. You came to our temple begging for healing just months ago. We fed you. We shared our table with you and took you in. Then you all, I don't even know what I am going to do with you. Stop it, I surrender. Your Soso ignores the necromancer's cries of pain, punching him right in the teeth. The necromancer spits out blood, but continues, fighting past the wild blows of his increasingly bruised and busted face. You are a priest of Salan. I surrender, so you have to spare my life. Your goddess demands it. Now we can ask some questions. And Soso's just sitting there pounding on this dude. Do you two know each other? Punched him again. We do. That's Nardi, a tailor's apprentice in Carabras. We healed him after he was mauled by a dog, then he became a frequent visitor to our temple. He listened attentively to our sermons, studied our goddess teachings, praised our art. Soso grits his teeth. You were lying to our faces the whole time. When we took you in, when you sat at our table, when we broke bread with you, were you planning to stab us in the back even then? The whole time? Now, the necromancer says, the whole time, now you understand part of it. Let's dig into the rest. The cultist curves his bloody lips into an evil sneer. I was hoping to lure you to our side. It wouldn't have been hard. We are everywhere, even inside you. I think you know it too. You are not like those pious devotees. You pretend to be, but maybe you fooled yourself. But I really hate the way they type. It just doesn't flow naturally. But we both see who you really are. You have that same demonic rage inside you. It's a pity I never had the time to kindle into a devouring flame. But sometimes you have to resort to a backup plan. Having you die at the hands of your dead friends was a good idea. It's a pity it didn't work. Shut up. Soso swings his fist, but stops midair. His clenched fist trembles as he stares at the cultist and the expression of pure hatred. You want to kill me right now, don't you? But you can't. You're a good boy, Soso. So loyal to your goddess. You'll have to let me go or commit a sin. So I win either way. Witness the genius of our Lord Baphomet. Ha ha ha. Then we can say, is he telling the truth? Your religion doesn't allow you to kill? Coffee. Yes, the Eternal Rose is known for her grace. She teaches us to show mercy to anyone who asks for it. It is one thing to slay an enemy in battle, but a captive you must try to save their soul, to show them the beauty in the world, persuade them to abandon their path of evil. It is difficult, but the world is better for it. Necromancer. I am just repeating your own sermons back to you. Come on, social. Try and make me repent for my sins. Perhaps your kind words will make me abandon Baphomet's teachings, run Jessalyn for redemption, and start knitting some masterpiece of my own. The cultist smirks imprudently. Do you really believe this scum deserves a chance at redemption? I don't know. May Sheelin forgive me, but I have never had to struggle with this burden before. He looks at the cultist with visible disgust. I had no time to try healing the souls of the villains. I was always preoccupied with healing the bodies of those who were hurt. The cleric looks up towards the sky. Forgive me, eternal rose. You teach us to be merciful to our enemies and love them, but I am too weak. I am afraid. Grant me absolution for my sin, for this kind of love is beyond me. All right. We're down to our choices again. We have good, which is stop social. It's not worth breaking your goddess's vow because of filth like him. We have lawful. Don't listen to his lies. He deserves death. It would be justice to kill him on the spot. We have chaotic, which is hit him some more, but be careful not to kill him. Seelin says nothing about kicking him a few times in the teeth. And then we have evil. Don't listen to him. Hit him some more. So we are going to do lawful. He deserves death. Social looks at his bloody hands in disgust and pushes the battered cultist away. No, there's no justice in killing him right now. It would simply be an act of vengeance. I had absolutely no idea there was so much rage inside me. It's a shame. A disgrace, but I must admit that I enjoyed beating him. Forgive me for letting you see me like this. It should never have happened. Social wipes the necromancer's blood off his knuckles and steps away from him. You are the commander, and he is your captive. It is up to you to decide his fate. I surrender. Here, take everything I've got. Just don't kill me. The cultist turns out his pockets. You received a scroll of fine traps. What do you think I should do with him? Finish him off, and then we can order Social to kill him, saying I can see how much you wanted to. We can condemn him to death and kill him ourselves. We can send a messenger with orders to imprison the cultist. His deeds need to be punished to the fullest extent of the law. We will set him free and just forget about him. So let's ask what they think we should do. Social stares at the cultist through clenched teeth. I have no right to decide whether he lives or dies. You are in charge here. Let's send a messenger and send him to prison. And that's it. He's gone. Alright, we're back at the graveyards now. He examines the devastated graves, diverts his attention from the terrified townspeople. It's alright, you're safe now. We should bury the bodies again. This is a place of peace, and we must not leave it desecrated like this. The townspeople are clearly terrified, and even looking at their fallen undead. But Soso's words are soft and reassuring to them. As they work together, the graveyard soon regains its tranquil appearance. After a prayer, Soso bows his head to the graves of his friends for the last time. May the eternal rose grant them peace at last. Let's be on our way. We have more innocent people to protect from the horrors of this war. All right, that's it. You can go back to the area, but there's really not a lot here. That was kind of the whole mission. If you talk to any of the civilians walking around, it's generic answers. To watch. If we talk to somebody, it's just generic. They're all like that. There's nobody in particular here that I've ever seen. So we'll leave. Come on, horse. Alright, we're going to go back to the camp real quick and get rid of Social. Because he's not the dude we traveled with. We can also sell all that junk we picked up because you know us, we are hoarders. Oh, the queen's here now too. Right? Right? Don't forget to rest. Tell her majesty I will come at once. Alright, let's sell this stuff real quick. We don't need any of it. And we'll do bulk selling for the junk. 3,000 gold. Now let's run over and talk to the queen real quick. And then we're going to go and find the elf again.
There are many roads to success.
Okay, so the queen says, as I promised, I entered the ranks incognito. A few bodyguards. I have introduced myself as Kitrin, an old friend of yours. I am a knight in a minor order called the Green Crows. We shall see how long it takes for them to sniff me out. She chuckles. Why did you decide to join the crusade? Because I have a curious mind and I'm quite unable to sit around and do nothing. You ask a difficult question, but I must remain as safe as possible. My death or abduction would sow chaos in our forces. However, I am not only the queen, I am also a paladin of Emote. It is not in my nature to sit in the palace with my sword sheathed. In a manner of speaking, your request was simply a convenient excuse for me to be where I belong, crusading against the demon hordes. Besides, I am curious to see how my new knight commander is in action. I have a question for you as well. Why did you wish me to join the crusade? Your presence is a boost to the morale. I'm glad to have a glorious crusader queen at my side. I wanted to know you better. Surely you know how intriguing you are. Is it fair for you to send us to our deaths while you sit in the safety? Let's say you know how intriguing you are. Enough, Commander. The queen scoffs with a smile. Everything that I could possibly be known about me has already been written down in chronicles. May I ask you a personal question? I've learned so much about Queen Grafra from the chronicles of your legend, but what about the other Queen Grafra, the one that the historians cannot see? It looks blurry? That I don't know if that's my stream, actually. I think that might be your phone, because you're viewing it on the phone. You might need to refresh the page. The queen smiles faintly. No problem. The Galfrey is an old woman weighed down by a great burden, but she has not lost her passion, and she makes the feathers fly when the time comes. And then we can say, Mandev is lucky to have such a queen, and I am twice as lucky, for she has agreed to fight by my side. I look forward to working with you closely, and who knows, maybe feathers won't be the only things that are flying. It is good that you are so full of life, despite your advanced age. Wow, that's bound to piss her off. Let's flirt with her. Let's say that feathers won't be the only thing flying. Joffrey arches a brow. First you try to kiss my hand, now you lower yourself to a clumsy innuendo. I am beginning to understand what kind of person you are, my knight commander truly is. Do you really think that you are the first person to attempt to charm me with such words? You are not. If you want to impress me, you'll need to do better than that. How does it feel living so long beyond your natural limits? You are well over 100 years old, my queen, aren't you? I shall answer this thus. The decision to prolong my life was not mine. It was a decision from the Church of Emote. The sun orchids, elixirs, have been paid for by the church. The priest determined that I was needed in these dark times, both the ruler and chosen paladin of Emote. I accept their decisions and the great responsibility that it entails. Why did you entrust me with Darren? Darian. The queen smiles. I saw such a wonderful opportunity to teach the Count a lesson and just couldn't resist. Honestly, I expected you to dismiss him forthwith. The Count would have been forced to return to court as a laughingstock. It would have made a truly sobering experience. there is nothing more disgraceful than a Mendevian nobleman who has been discharged like that. Welcome back, Tyneezy. Darian, I can't even begin to say that name. The queen shakes her head. He is such a lovely child. His mother, Lady Selena, was one of the most gracious people I ever met. She was amenable yet dictatorious? I don't know. And truly kind. Beyond bonds of kinship among the nobility are, on the whole, highly practical and only useful for forming alliances. But Countess Adrenaline managed to become a true member of the family. I suppose that is why I spent so much time believing her son to be a better person than he actually is. His company is a heavy burden. Still, I must admit that I am quite pleased you have decided to keep him on as a companion. There is a small chance that once he has had a true taste of the Crusader life, that the Count will finally cease to mock the Crusaders as cynically as he does, and as he is wont to do. I want to say that's me reading it wrong, but what the hell? As cynically as he is wont to do. I don't know. You've given an army and a title to a stranger. Why? Because for 100 years, I have protected my lands, trying to drive the demon hordes back into the abyss. I have tried every right and rational method. The queen affords herself a brief, grim smirk. My armies have been led with the greatest generals, even Emote's generals, my angels, my goddesses, heralds created the ward stones for us. We have tasted victory more than once, but we have failed to close the world wound. As for you, I do not call yourself a stranger. You are the savior of Carnarvonus. Hundreds of people saw the power that descended upon you and have turned the demons to dust. Yeah, I guess. Old English. Who knows? I can barely read out loud as it stands. It's a sign they have waited for decades. And a sign of loyal hearts and followers of Emote. I can't say her name either. The time has come. Thank you, Tyneezy. I hope has been rekindled in the hearts of our subjects thanks to you. Hope is a priceless resource. I had no choice but to give it wings. You call it a sign they've been waiting for, but I take it you're reserving your own judgment. Your question seems to catch the queen off balance. A strange spark flashes in her eyes. When Eredon perished and Emote took over his legacy, I was among the first to serve the new goddess. I helped restore the church from the ashes left by the chaos of Eredon's death. Since then, I have served the inheritor loyally and truthfully. I like to believe that I have earned the blessing of the goddess. The queen's voice is surprisingly ardent. After I learned of what happened to Carnarvonus when I met you at the Defender's Heart, I had so many questions. Is it true what happened to Emote's work? Why did she give the power to someone unknown rather than one of her most loyal followers? Could it be that my faith has grown weak and don't recognize the deeds of my goddess, even when they are happening right in front of me? Is the goddess somehow testing me? Those doubts were like a poison. But I refused to let them poison me, the queen finally finishes strongly. I gave you an army, declared you a knight commander, and accepted you as I would anyone chosen by the goddess. I must go. Don't forget I am here. And that mission is finished. Now, we have one more thing to do before we bounce out of here and rest. We gotta rest. We're gonna go over to this area and look for that woman. I don't know if she's here.
Focus on the
We're looking for the elf that was routed. Oh, let's talk to him real quick and just finish up this quest. And ask him about his artwork. Fascinating. May I see your sketches? Just finding out why he crafts. Stuff like that. This is just information about his background, but there's no way I'm reading all of this. It's not interesting. We're not going to use him. He's not overly important. You do find out that he's looking for his brother. His brother is a very integral part of his story, and if done correctly, way late in the game, can become a companion. He's kind of like a hidden companion. But you do have to complete his story and do everything a certain way.
watch out for trouble.
I don't think she's here. Yeah, she's not. So let's rest. The commander becomes a host to an ominous force, and his dreams are filled with strange visions. He feels the space around him distort, and his sensory organs are flooded with false images, bred by the distortions of light and air. Reality itself tries to expel the commander into a dark tunnel. At the other end, a grim figure awaits. His body resists the crude attempt to wrench it free from reality. But the unknown force finds a tangle in the commander's soul, one made from his demonic rage and destructive desire. The stranger grabs at it and pulls like a hunger reeling at a harpoon. Troubled by the sudden intrusion and the dark, ominous force deep in the commander's soul, answers with merciful growl. The commander... So we have some options here. We're going to try our checks first. We'll try Arcana first. We succeeded that. He needs a moment to figure this out. The commander is being summoned, transported through space by some magical force. However, the attempt did not succeed because the commander is not a spirit or a demon, but a mortal Aasimar, or Aasimar. The commander is surprised that this spell worked on him at all. He stares intently at the ghostly figure. We failed that perception check. The darkness conceals the stranger's appearance. Staring at the dark figure, the commander feels himself involuntarily lean toward it. The attraction increases. Alright, we have some options here. So, coffee. We can unleash the dark and unbridled part of our soul. We can use every effort to suppress the rage that we feel in our soul, which is the mysterious power has latched onto. We can reach out, seeking the protection and the blessing of the upper planes, which all Aasimirs are granted at birth. That's the one we're going to do. By force of will, the commander pushes the anger down deep into his soul as he can. The attraction rapidly weakens in response, as if the mysterious enemy can no longer sense the commander and concentrates its efforts on him. The apparition recedes, leaving the commander wondering whether this was a reality or just a nightmare. And we rested. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Power. All right, let's leave. We need to get rid of social and take Ember again. All right, now we're going to switch back over to our crusade, and we're going to run up here and kill a few things. All right, so the auto battle that we turned on before is what just happened. Now, because we have the auto battle on, auto battle on, it automatically resolved this. We can still come down here and fight the battle if we don't like the results. These results are pretty good. You can see we lost 2 soldiers and 1 archer. They lost everything. But our infirmary, we gained 2 soldiers and 1 archer. So we lost nothing. The battle's over. We don't have to fight it. And it gave us some financial points. All right, so we can head this way or go down. Let's go down for now. And we'll kill this guy. Same situation. We killed 60 of them. They killed 3 of us. We got some more financial points. Now, if we try to do this battle of 4, we'll probably win, but we might suffer a little bit for it because we're level. This number right here, 4, is the same strength as the army. Now, if it's higher than that, unlike most games, the chance of you winning that battle, even if you go into it, might be there, but it would be hard fought. And you would probably take a lot of losses if you won somebody with a higher number than you. So, we will hold off on fighting that army of 4 just for the moment because we have more recruits coming. Don't smoke, it's bad for you. I smoke and it's not good for me. So. All right, let's head back up here. We'll skip a day, get our movement point back. Same thing. We killed all these guys, and we lost 3, but gained 3 back from the infirmary. This is talking about morale. Morale doesn't really mean a whole lot at the moment, but up here you can see morale. So, as each turn passes, you lose a little morale. This becomes really important because it affects the number of troops that you can recruit. It also affects how well they fight, right? You don't get as much money. You don't fight as well when your morale's super low. There are banners of victory that you can read right here. It says each victory over a demon army adds 4 days to the banner of victory, which will keep it positive on the green. There's the banner of marching on Dresden, and each battle on the road to Dresden will add 10 days. So if we go way down here, right, that's not on the road to Dresden, so that's not going to add 10 days. We did manage to get another troop, and that's Rangers. Let's just add these Rangers to our own because we have Master of Maneuver, so we get more than 3 people. All right. We could keep going, but we're going to backtrack a little bit because we're going to recruit. Let's go all the way down here. And we'll hang out right there. I don't think we can recruit yet. Nope, there's nobody available. So we'll just switch back to our main characters. And let's go. Let's go. Someone is on the road. Totally not reading all this. Basically, you walk up to the bank of the river, and you see a bunch of soldiers grumbling. They're unhappy. They're not doing what they're supposed to do. So you can use diplomacy. You can look around, which we will do. There's black clouds and stuff. People are just not happy about this. You can address the morale now with diplomacy or athletics, and we'll do diplomacy. And we did it. So, morale succeeded. I didn't read all that because it's really not that interesting and doesn't affect too much. Alright, let's go to the Hound Heart campgrounds. And we need Sela. You remember those people we found that were Sela's friends? They were robbing the corpses, even though he says he wasn't robbing the corpses. They asked us to find a ring for her later. This is what we're doing now. This is a super easy mission, just like the other one. Don't smoke. Alright, so let's just get in here. This one's super easy. So her friends are here. They're coming and asking us for help to find the ring. You're like, yeah, sure, I'll help you. What does it look like? It doesn't matter because, like, it's super easy to find. It's like a small miracle they didn't find it themselves.
Can't hide from me.
Keep your calm.
Alright, so these deers, you can totally attack them. Why are we killing random wildlife? Because we can. Alright, we're gonna come up here. Here's the grounds that we need to hunt.
A success worthy of praise.
Now, the ring that you want is in this chest right here. Hey, is the emote wall working when you do the emote? Does it show up on the screen and float around and stuff? Do a whole bunch of them. Alright, we're gonna loot all this stuff. There's a pretty good shield here. Now, if you open this, you're gonna go into stories, so let's loot everything else first. Yeah, there they are. They all showed up on the stream. That's pretty cool. I'm glad it's working.
I hope you appreciate
All right. We'll grab all this. This was an update. They fixed this hat. This was the hat I talked about in the original stream, where it was just a box and it had no icon. If you play a bard, this hat is fantastic. Don't play a bard, it's pointless. You can hold on to it if you're playing a lich or something and you get your companion, you get a lich companion. You can make him into a bard. Alright, let's save real quick. There's a couple of dredge demons inside this tent hiding. There's only 2 of them, though, so we're not going to buff or anything. We're just going to go at it.
I'll just have to resort to brute force.
Let's use Grace. Back out of here. Oh, I forgot I'm not playing a caster. I'm playing a warrior. I'm so used to playing a caster. Alright, so that takes care of those 2 dredges. You will fight something else here soon, but nothing too drastic. We're going to go down here to get that shield. Alright, here's the shield. It's actually pretty good. We'll put that on Sela right now. If you look at the shield she's using, it's a +2 mithril shield. This is also a +2 mithril shield, but has a damage reduction of 5 in addition to the +2 shield. That's all that's down here. Okay, we have successfully gathered everything. Gonna come over here and buff just a little bit. We don't need a super amount of buffs here. And we're not even gonna fight until the end of this little scene. Alright. We're going to open this chest now. An angry-looking little demon called a Quest is holding a shiny object in his paws, sparkling silver ring with a large blue gem. It's mine, it's mine. Elin, look. Look at that creepy thing. Look at what it's holding. I've seen those before. These small demons like to tease and bully, but it'll bolt as soon as it senses a real threat. Let's surround it and attack it together. It throws up its paws and shoots a beam of color at these two. Mine, mine, it screams. Elin, Jala, are you two alright? Alright, let's chase him. Because he goes running off.
I sense something.
Oh, there's a hidden item over here. And then when you catch him, he runs off again. But he's over here, next to the tent. Alright, now that we have that, we're going to cast Haste, because the battle's about to start. He went back to the chest. Give me that ring, you scoundrel. Kerr. Before Aelin manages to get the crass, the halfling Kerr appears right next to it, quite out of nowhere, and snatches the ring from the demon's paw. You mustn't get it. Kerr, what are you? And that dude just tried to smack him with a sword. Thrusting herself between Elin and Kerr, Sela barely manages to absorb the blow aimed at the halfling. Elin, stop. Have you gone mad? He's using a summon spell. Why did you stop? Some lovely prey has stepped into our trap. No, Ela, Sheila, help me. Damn it, I didn't sign up for this. Get ready, we're on our own now. Alright, so we're just gonna fight. We're good. I keep forgetting I'm not playing a caster. Like, I'm playing a caster, but not a caster, not a sorcerer. Or a wizard or something. Elin, what are you doing? You nearly cut down Carl. Without a second thought, without trial, without even knowing if he was responsible for all this. He might have been a victim himself. What am I doing? He lured us into a trap. Carl was the only one who knew where we were going. He knew we thought there wouldn't be anyone in this camp besides the small harmless demon, so he set up a trap. I wouldn't be surprised if the demon masters had targeting the commander from the start. Talk about believing in redemption of scoundrels. We barely know anything about what happened. Curl is a good lad. He's not a spy or a murderer. Maybe they threatened him or tricked him or even bewitched him with demon magic. And now we'll never know because you let him escape. Better to let a thief escape than cut down the innocent. Elin, I think that Sela was defending someone she thought was her friend, and she stopped you from doing something that you might regret later. I don't need the shepherd of light. I don't need a shepherd to light my path and save me from my regrets. Can you say same, Sheila, or you, Commander? You clearly have something to say. Go ahead, spit it out. Sela, I didn't want to say this, but I think of you as a friend, so I'm going to warn you. After what happened at Grey Garrison, you're in serious danger, and maybe not just you. You might like to ignore my military hierarchy and the rules of the knightly orders, but there's wisdom in them that has stood the test of time. The soldiers raises from private to officer. A knight begins as a squire. Even Emote's paladins gain their ability gradually, but not with you and the commander. You were granted incredible powers, far surpassing seasoned paladins with experience and skill beyond your years. You received this gift at just the right moment and saved a lot of lives across Mendev. That's a great deed that will be remembered for the ages to come. But what happened next was wrong. They began to worship you. The queen gave you such vast power, all while sidestepping everything: training, expertise, hardship. This is not the first time Her Majesty has behaved rashly, and how much good has this brought Mendev? I'm frightened by what I see, especially by the way that you, Sela, trust people so easily and leap into adventures without looking. One day you'll lower your sword when you should have driven the blade home, just like thousands of bright-eyed youngsters will after you. I wanted to tell you the same thing, Commander. So we can say lawful. You're right to an extent, Elin, but I didn't choose my lot. I'm just trying to fulfill my duty the best I can. And then you can also say, so if I understand you correctly, I'm an incompetent leader who never earned my position, or no point in dwelling on these things. So let's do lawful. The knight lowers his head. I apologize for my harsh words. Damn right you should apologize. You're lucky I don't beat you into the ground. Don't smoke. I said it too, Sela, and I'll say it again. This wasn't reproach, but a warning. The power you've been given, it may be your undoing, and the undoing of all Crusaders who are along with you. In any case, forgive me for wasting your time and subjecting you to danger here. Now, at least we know that Kerr is a traitor, and Janna is a coward who abandoned her friends when things got going rough. I'm glad you like the emotes. Eventually I'll have, like, a lot of cool customized emotes, but they are what they are. They're fun. I hope we'll learn the lesson from these mistakes. As for the blasted ring, the hell with it. Tina won't be able to love me solely for the gifts I bring her. Elena makes no attempt to conceal his disappointment. Nodding goodbye, he lowers his head and walks away. Sela watches him leave. The expression in her eyes are filled with sadness. Everything becomes very complicated all of a sudden. Please, Redfern, let's go back, and I'd like to talk to you a bit about this later. I have a lot to think about. Pick up everything. Everything. There is a ring somewhere, but I don't know where it is. But when we leave, it'll let us pick it up. And wait till you see this ring they all just started to fight over. At least this is the ring I think it is.
There are many roads to success.
Yeah. Here's the ring. It's nothing. It's just a gold ring. There's nothing special about it at all. Alright, so we got that part done. Let's check our items. I don't think we found anything very impressive, but let's just double check. We got that shield. The hat is good for a bard, but not for us. And we're not playing a lich, so we won't... I don't think we'll have the ability to get a bard later. That's it. That's all we have. We could go back to the camp and talk to Sela, but we're not going to. We're going to come up and go into the Night Grove. Met somebody randomly on the road. Through the mist, you spot the flickering flames of a campfire. 3 figures wrapped in crusader cloaks, are huddled next to it. A stout, smiling dwarf, a brash, dark-haired halfling, and a delicate-looking woman who appear to be very young. The crackling campfire is driving away the breaking fog and promising warmth for the rest of the tired legs. Noticing you, the halfling's hand jerks towards his weapon but relaxes. Hey, it's just the commander himself. Don't just stand there. Have a seat by the fire. It's a bit damp today. You might as well dry yourself off at least. In an amicable gesture, wow, that is a word. In an amicable gesture, he passes you a large mug that smells of freshly brewed tea. Let's try perception first. We've got a 14 on this. Look around and make sure it's safe. The location of the camp is chosen wisely. It's safe and quiet here. No tracks in sight, and the air is calm, but there's an odd feeling of wrongness laced through you like a string from an angry wasp. Something just isn't right. It's quiet here. All right, as a grave. What? Why do they talk like that? All right. I don't know why, but I don't like the feeling of this place. It makes my scales stand on end. Let's try knowledge next. We succeeded. The frontline scouting party. Our senior sent us ahead to look for ambushes. We've been walking all day, so we're making a bivouac? I don't even know. Go ahead, help yourself to some tea. It's an honor for you to be with us. Share our campfire, Commander. Something about the way the halfling speaks is off. Senior instead of commanding officer, and bravak instead of a more casual camp. Maybe he's just a new recruit? A broad smile blossoms on Seela's face. I never thought I would run into such a jovial company out here. I don't suppose you guys have anything stronger than tea in your canteens. Catching the halfling's conspiratorial look, she smiles even brighter. What are your names? Proudly lifting his chin, which bears a white scar, the halfling says, I am Sergeant Velhem, the leader of this gang of daredevils. You can tell by Velhem's appearance that he's a fighter, sports a nose that has been broken more than once, well-fitted gear, gutsy spark to his eyes, and hell-marked, feisty, courageous warrior. Dwarf grunts and grins. Why would you call our heroic squad a gang, Velham? I am Tran, foot soldier, cook, quartermaster, and the mother hen of this lot, and the one who sets up the tent for Etsy, given that she doesn't even have the muscle to drive a stake into the ground. With a smirk, Tran glances at the woman, who immediately turns red in the face. The sweet and terrible young cleric opens her mouth to say something, but shuts it immediately and blushes even more. Finally, she mutters sheepishly, I am Etsy. At your service, Commander. Aren't you scared of being camped out here in this territory? The dwarf gives you a disapproving sidelong glance. You wound me, Commander. I've walked many roads. I know a good camping spot when I see one, even if the whole column of cultists marched by, they wouldn't think of checking this place. In the meantime, we would watch quietly and count every last one of them. Thoroughly embarrassed, Etsy adopts a serious tone and comments in Tran's direction. You and your boasting. The two comrades greet her remark with a burst of laughter. So, we can sit by the campfire even though we feel like something's off. Since you're offering. Or we can draw our weapon and say something's not right and just attack them. Or we can say, I think it's time we get going. We'll say it's time for us to go. Where would you go in this weather? You'd walk headlong into an ambush in this kind of fog? Stay with us a while. Rest, it's cozy here. Oh, and your guy sits down anyways. We should have attacked right away. Ah! We failed the wheel check. Your legs buckle, unable to bear the weight of your body, and the mug that has somehow appeared in your hands hits you with a fragrant cloud of tea stream. You're the best you've smelled your whole life. Lore 24. Where did you get this extraordinary tea? Failed. I can tell you, Commander. The commander knows more about cooking than some. Tran leans over to you and says weightily, it's cat's holy, bought from a merchant in Abaslam. Worth every coin, though, huh? Druids are not always particularly imaginative when it comes to naming plants. Frogs, grass, bears, moss, tigers, sundew. Looks like there's some cat's holy as well. Take a sip from the enchanting tea. Draw your weapon. Something's not right. Attack. I'm afraid I have no time to spare. You attempt to stand, but your legs give out due to exhaustion. Your whole body protests against the mere thought of going anywhere. Will check succeeded this time. This sudden weakness you are feeling is suspicious, and sickly sweet scent coming from the mug in your hands leads you to believe you have now been drugged. Come now, Commander. Where is the sense in going ahead of the scouts? What if you walk right into the enemy lines? You'll lose your head for nothing, and the army won't last long without you. Get a night's rest with us, and set out first thing in the morning. Don't smoke. So we know that we've been drugged. They're drugging us. So we could take a sip of the drug, or we could just draw our weapon, which we're going to do. Die! Smirking brazenly, the halfling licks his lips surprisingly long. Holt's covered red tongue. I have no idea. You look at that. He didn't buy it. Enough of this masquerade, then, everyone. No more games. The figures by the fire transform. 3 gray-haired and dark-skinned elves watch you with mocking sneers. Their twisted, grimaced faces look demonic. From the haze, more previously unseen shadows materialize. They are just as loathsome and unsettling. The campfire emits a sickly sweet, intoxicating smell, and its squat kettle, you see some slimy mushrooms swimming in the disgusting boiling slurry. Who are you? The one who was pretending to be the halfling Velham makes a face mimicking you in obnoxious voice. Who are you? We are the servants of Lord Deskiri, and you are a pitiful insect that got caught in our web. The elf who was masquerading as the cleric Etsy gives you a lecherous smile, enthusiastically digging her tongue along the blade of her dagger. Did you like sweet little Etsy? Did you want to play with her in your tent? Sela, you monsters! Sela looks at those who appeared to be trusted allies a moment ago with open disgust. How did I not see you for what you were right from the start? Dumb paladin, you really think your ability to sense evil can't be fooled? Lady Amura taught us long ago how to trick the likes of you. Ways to conceal the evil in one's heart are not a recent invention. Your Amora deserves no credit for devising them. What was the point of this charade? Lady Amora desires your head, and we'll gladly deliver it. The elf whose voice, as Tran, was so convincing, lets out a repulsive snicker. Attack. You think I'm at your mercy? We'll see who is the real prey. I love it when the prey tries to fight back.
Save the last
All right.
for me.
We are going to quickly cast haste.
Always an option.
And we got tagged. So we are going to have... We're going to have Ember run up and heal our character before he drops. We'll heal him again. There should be... Oh, we already got them. I was going to say there should be 2 more elves hidden up here. Here he is. Alright, we got him. I kind of knew it was a trap, but it might be fun for people who haven't seen it or wanted to see it but haven't taken the time to read it. As I said, we'll read some of the stuff, especially in Chapter 3, or Act 3, we'll read a lot of stuff. But in these lower acts, we'll just read a couple of things. Nothing too serious or heavy. Just searching the area, make sure we didn't miss any hidden stuff. Because I can't remember. We did. There it is. You can... Remember what I was telling you guys, in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see all these perception check failed, and then Sela got it. So if you start seeing those pop up, once you fail it, you don't get to make it again, unfortunately. Which is kind of weird, because if you cast guidance on yourself, you would hope that it would let you redo it. Alright, so we're on our way to the Night Grove. I am going to take a very quick break here, just to use the restroom, refill my coffee, and I will be right back. Okay? Hang out. I'm sorry, I won't be very long. Just going to use the restroom, refill my coffee, and we'll be back. All right, we're back. Told you I wouldn't be but a second. I just needed a second. Coffee. All right. Don't smoke. All right, let's go down to the Nightingale Grove. Get your hands off. That's mine. Yours. Watch me. Wait until... Wait, someone's here. Run. Nobody's running. Draw your weapons and fight, you cowards, or I'll cut you down myself.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
Ah, we're all fatigued. The rest. All right, with best haste. It'll resolve it all. Ooh, we got beat bad. Look at that. We're getting hammered. Oh, man. Thank you. Let's heal her real quick. And run over and heal her. Land got hit pretty hard. All right. We got some hammers. Couple of things. So these guys, we basically just came up on these guys that were stealing a bunch of stuff. They just hit this caravan. And so we killed them, we took the stuff they grabbed, and then we can go through and finish robbing the caravan that they already took care of us. Because we are not above taking from the dead. Alright, we do need to rest. Let's do that real quick. Oh no, we'll just do it out on the map. All right. Let's rest. Let's change the scroll that she's prepping because we've got a couple of those now. Let's do lightning bolt. Yay. Oh, just doing their talk. Okay. We're going to go up and do Conundrum Unsolved. A unit of mercenaries serving Horgus Rum. That's Camilla's father, I believe. Has reached the troops with a full chest of gold and a message for Sir Horgus to score more victories. I don't even know what that was implication of. Maybe it's finances for the crusade? Let's check. Yeah, it looks like we got crusaders. We got shield bearers. They are a heavy unit that do not do much damage, but they are a heavy unit. We'll stick with the archers till we get more room. Let's do Conundrum Unsolved. Alright, if I'm remembering this area correctly, there is nothing super dangerous here. This is all about a puzzle that's going to unlock a bunch of other puzzles that we have to do as the game progresses. this puzzle, oh, talk about irritating. So it seems simple enough, and for the most part it is, unless you misunderstand what it is they're telling you to do. We're just going to grab our guy. We don't need everybody to come in here. So all these pieces need to be filled in, right? And it's really quite simple. The pieces are in these urns. That wasn't the case originally. I believe the pieces were originally strung out all across the map. But now they're in the urns. These kinds right here, here, and here, you don't need to worry about how they go into the... how they go in. They'll automatically go into the right slot. Alright, now comes the part that makes this puzzle confusing. If you look it up, they say you need to match the symbols. Naturally, you're assuming that you need to match this symbol here with this symbol here and place the appropriate panel. That isn't true. They want you to match this entire panel right here. This is the panel that you have to match. So if you look at it, pretty simple. It's got a little wavy, I don't know, 7. And then some weird backwards 7 with some other symbols on it. So let's look. On these symbols, you can see it. And it's this one right here that we need to put in there. So when you place it, you just need to make sure that it matches this one, which it does. Now everything else will fall into place. Because it's going to match that symbol with this symbol. And so on and so on. And that's it. That's how you pass that first part of the puzzle. Oh, I'm skipping this. I probably shouldn't have. This ghost has basically shown up and said, you proved yourself. Yes, what do we do? Boy, she's really into these puzzles. I've never taken her when I've solved this before, so it's kind of crazy. It's telling us that there is another puzzle called the Heart of Mystery located in the west. And we need to solve that to comprehend the forbidden knowledge. You can count on me, translucent figure. I'll solve the puzzle that you have, so you better prepare for some good news. And then we can ask this ghost questions. Your map is outdated. He remains silent. Who are you? The ghost. A simple puzzle, a simple solution. The heart of mastery is located to the west. I said, what are you? Comprehend the meaning of creation for those worthy mortals of the heart of mystery. Prove that you can know the secrets of the world. I think you broke it. The translucent figure vanishes into the air. Alright, that's it. It opened up a wall back here with a couple of items. But the items aren't important. What was important is unlocking the puzzles for later. That's it. That's this whole area. You come back eventually, I think, but we'll see. Now we're just gonna leave. Let's start our crusade again and get him up here. I wish it would tell you how far out you are until you can recruit again. Let's skip a couple of days so that we don't go running across the map only to recruit. Still no recruits. There we go. Yeah, let's recruit everything. Oh, we can't damn. Recruit him up. And then recruit these clerics. You can only have 3 in a army unless you have that maneuver feat. Alright. We will transfer our archers and our soldiers over. And then we can take him back to the base. And with this crusader, we will come up well and merge him into the army. That gives us 306, 120, 42, and 7. These numbers get much harder to accomplish as you get further into the game, right? Once you have to start building recruitment centers and stuff in Act 3, these numbers go way down. So you should definitely take advantage of recruiting people whenever you can. Now, a thing to note here, we could just pass another week, and we'd probably be okay if we did that. But the morale system is set up specifically to stop you from skipping multiple days. If you do it, your army's gonna fight worse. You're not gonna get as many recruits. People are gonna lose interest, stuff like that. We have 5 now, so let's go kill this army of 4. Don't smoke. Alright. This is a perfect example of what I was talking about. It says we lost, right? And if we hit accept, we'll lose the entire army. But we're going to fight this battle, right? And show you the difference between fighting it and automatically allowing the computer to handle it. The first thing we're going to do is use our Scorching Ray to wipe out some of these bugs. Then we'll have our Rangers shoot them. There's only 7 of them, so they're not super helpful. We'll have our Archers shoot the same one. That takes that down to 12. Now, we could come here and we'd be able to attack both. But what we really want to try to do is block them off, but we can't. Right? He'll just fly right over our head. He can't be blocked. So we're just going to go here and attack it straight on. And we'll take our priest here and attack it as well. For our archers, we will take our bolt and shoot another group, right? So that we don't have 40, 40, 40. We'll get another one out of the way. Enemies tend to focus on your archers. Luckily, that doesn't seem to be the case. Dang it, they got too close to him, so now we have to run him away. Or he won't be able to shoot. Can't shoot when he's in melee. I guess we'll just run up here and attack this guy. Alright. We'll shoot this dude again. One of the strongest spells you can possibly get for your general is Cure Wounds. That spell is insanely powerful. Some of these bars, we can go over what some of these bars mean. This 18 of 30 is the energy that you have to cast magic or use special abilities. It says based on our energy level, we can use 4 more of these Scorching Rays. This bar right here will start to go up if we start to lose a lot of people, and that is the amount of your infirmary. The higher that is, the less people you'll be able to bring back, because that's the maximum amount of your infirmary. Let's heal ourselves. And then keep attacking this guy. Alright, now we'll try to wipe this dude out. No, let's do this dude. Let's do our Scorching Ray on him as well. Burn and fire! And let's do, I don't think they're evil, but let's do Smite Evil anyways. Do Scorching Ray again. He can't reach this round. Alright, so a battle that we were bound to lose, we just won, and we didn't lose but 34 soldiers total. We only got 4 back, so 34 actually died. But we killed all them. And it was a battle that originally it said we were going to lose. Not a bad turn of events, right? Thank you. And we leveled. So not the greatest spells for things that we can learn. We've got Shield of Faith, which will help us if we're going to take damage. But we're going to be using damage raise so much that it's unlikely we'll need this. Cause Fear, which will cause the enemy to run away in terror, assuming they fail their save. Bane, which will give them negatives to attack. And Bless, which will give us positives to attack. I think we'll do Cause Fear. I mean, if worst case scenario, if we're getting overwhelmed, we can say Fear and make the unit run. None of these are super helpful, and we're really not going to use them. Alright, now that we've taken care of him, let's go up and start wiping these guys out on this run. So this was an auto battle. We didn't lose anything, so we'll just stay with the course. Let's go low and kill this guy with 2. Oh, we're out of move. Same thing. We didn't lose anything. And we leveled again. Master of Maneuver. I would like Spellcraft. It increases our power, but Master of Maneuver is so much more helpful. So we're definitely taking that first. We're probably going to have to fight this battle because we just took too many losses, right? And it's just a couple of elementals. There's nothing super deadly about these elementals. So let's fight this battle. Oh, I accepted it. Oh, man. Well, that hit us a little harder than I wanted it to, but that's all right. Okay, we're going to take this. Now, these strongholds will move your camp. When you take them, your camp will automatically move to where the last stronghold you took was. So we're going to take this stronghold and move our camp here. Still, though, if you recruit people, they'll always show up in Chronobris until you open up the new location. But currently our camp is right here, and we're going to move it up here. A squad of Crusaders caught in a sudden storm from the west. It lasted only a few minutes, but the unnatural lightning made of electricity, flames, acid, and ice left several soldiers dead. The ease in which the forces of nature brutally claimed the lives of your comrades has demoralized the Crusaders. The outpost of Birith Ford, which saddles the West Selen crossing and strategic importance, has been taken. The cultists are destroyed, and the commander's army is able to operate on both sides of the river now. We leveled again. There's Cure Wounds. No matter what general you're playing, it doesn't matter if you're a warrior or whatever, if Cure Wounds comes up, take it immediately. It is super helpful. We could keep going with the Crusade, but let's pause for now and go back to our main character. Oh, let's grab this other army and run him up there. We can take him, we can add him to our ranks now. Because we took that maneuverability one or whatever it is. Now we're eventually going to part these guys out when we get Hell Knights, but for now it works. Alright, let's jump back to our guy. I want to come down here just to make sure that if we have a chance of seeing anything. There's nothing there. Oh well, it was worth a chance. We're going to come up to the Moondance Meadow next. Got another random encounter. I think this one is a merchant. Yep. And he is the merchant from Kingmaker. If you have not played that, you can and you'll see him in there. A skeleton salesman. He's got an interesting story from Kingmaker. In this, they just kind of recall it. He's offering us a free scroll to see that his intentions are good. We can ask him what he sells, but if you do that, you can change what he's selling. You can tell him to tell you about yourself. He goes through who he is, how he was created. If you're following the path of the Lich, this unlocks. And what this does is you basically try to control him with your undead power, and you're like, give me everything, but you fail. What he ends up doing is giving you a bunch of money for the effort. Then you ask if he trades with Demon and Crusaders alike, which he does. So let's see what he's selling. He's actually got quite a few useful items. We don't need any of these items that we've got. What's going on? Breastplate +2 might be good for us, actually. We'll check. I doubt it, though. This was medium, right? Yeah. Yeah, 8 AC is not us. We'll sell all that. He does have quite a few magic items. That is his specialty. He is a magic item merchant. And he sells quite a few. We could get the crossbow, but we don't use a crossbow enough. What we do want is this amulet +2. We could use this headband of intelligence if Nino doesn't already have one. And alluring charisma for Ember if she doesn't have. Hope they don't have them, because otherwise we're buying stuff. Alright. We didn't lose much money because we traded all that stuff. Let's make sure we didn't just waste our money. Amulet +2. He already has. But we could use it. Then charisma for Ember. That. And intelligence for Nino. She can use. Oh, she needs a cloak too. So we have the Bloody Charity Cloak, or Clarity, which gives a +2 resistance. If you land a killing blow, you become immune to mind-affecting conditions. We'll give that to Lan. She needs a cloak as well, which we'll just throw a +1 cloak on her. Armor-wise, I think we all have amulets except Lan can go next. That's it. Alright, off we go.
Watch out for trouble.
if we go to the camp, it'll start a scene. So we're not going to go there yet because we have to go all the way over here to Chili Creek before we do much else.
Keep your calm. The time to
Oh,
learn
I remember this. All right. And we are wounded. These things are Mylodons. They get like 6 attacks. They're really vicious. Let's cast haste right away. Let's have him cast his aura. We can challenge evil because they're undead. And let's do Evil Eye. Saving throws, AC, attack rolls. Alright, here we go. Dang it. We got hammered pretty good. If I had remembered, we could have prepped for that. That's alright. That's all that's here. They've got some bows, though. Magic bow. We know a lot of our people use bows. Let's see what that bow is. It's a Keen composite bow. Keen is a... it used to be different. Now they've changed it to... +1 damage, +1 attack. Stuff like that. Land could use the bow. Because he's got a composite bow +2. But this is a composite Keen bow. So let's see what changes. We can see that his critical is a 20. And he's 11, 11, 6. See if it changes. Yeah, so Keen still does the critical range. So instead of 20, it's 19 through 20. Otherwise, everything stayed the same. She is using a bow that is entrapment bow +1. So we give her the bow we just took off of land, which is +2. The other bow we don't need to worry about. We do need to heal.
Does
Some
anyone
though.
require my Quadritium Turinos. Quadritium Turinos. Quadritium Turinos. Quadritium Turinos.
Death is life's final surprise.
Magritium Turinos. Magritium Turinos. Magritium Turinos. Magritium Turinos. Magritium Turinos.
All right. Everybody's healed up. Let's get out of here. Let's go! We're just going to go to Chili Creek. I'm not a fan of Chili Creek. Yet, I understand that you come back to that place later. If you remember, we met somebody that told us about Chili Creek in Act 1. And said that we should stop by sometime. I'm going to do that now. There's nothing there. There's a few wolves up in the wilderness, but nothing like, oh, we have to do it. We're just doing it to clear a quest. Oh no. Well, that's not good. Yeah, so if we go in here and we see these little things, it's a small doll made of grass tied to a tree with dark blue ribbon around it. Nothing about this place makes a lot of sense me. Ah, that sucks. Give me just a sec. Not even right back. Just... All right. Let me refill this lighter real quick. It's not very... My wife's lighter. Not great. All the stuff out. I actually ordered some really nice lighters. There. Let's see if that worked. Whoa. That's quite the torch. Don't smoke. Especially with lighters that turn into torches. Alright. So Jargon is the guy that we met in Act 1. And he told us to come here, so he's here. We could say, you know, you look a little frightened when we arrived. Like, no, you just startled me. Why are you looking at those trees? See for yourself. He points to the branches. You notice a small doll made of grass and seaweed. What's it like living in the village? Why is it so quiet here? What are the locals like? And why don't you show me around? Like, okay, sure. We're gonna come up this way. And we'll see them right here. There's a Hydra. A smaller Hydra, but there's a Hydra. We can run in and try to help. Not that they need it.
Time to practice my combat abilities.
Now we can kind of tell them, you know, they're like, don't mess with us, blah, blah, blah. We can say, like, Hydras are way more dangerous than that. What the hell's going on? And they say that they are being protected by the icy rill, which is this river, according to them. But they refer to the river like it's a person, so maybe we find out more about that later. If you ask about the dolls that are hanging all over the place, they just get a sad face and they're like, we don't want to talk about that kind of thing. And that's it. Like, there's nothing here right now. The whole point of coming here was just to clear that mission. So we're just going to run around and steal all their stuff.
I am helpful, am I not?
Because that's how we are. We are a lawful good thief. Like, I noticed you just left this laying in a chest out here. I'm gonna take it. We can talk to people, but that is one of the really strange things about this area. They all say exactly the same thing if you open up and talk to them. I'll show you what I mean in just a minute. It's really weird. It's like the people are conditioned to respond the way they are or something. I don't know. I haven't made it far enough to figure out what's going on with this town. But yeah, they're really weird. All right. So let's start by talking to Melissa and Markel. So if you talk to them, you'll see, how's the village, worship deities here. And then you two look like very much alike. Are you related? What about the dolls? You have any problems with demons and stuff? And he's like, the icy rill, which is the river, keeps them away. And that's it. So now, if we go over to this dude and talk to him, it's the exact same thing, right? Examining the trees. It's just weird. It's like the same thing. It's like they're conditioned answers. So it'll be interesting to figure out what this place is later when we come back to it. There's some wolves that we're gonna run up and kill real quick, but nothing super dangerous or anything. Alright, we'll just run up here. They really are just dire wolves. There's nothing special about them at all. And there's nothing really hidden. There's a item over here, but nothing super valuable. Like the whole the whole village is kind of a letdown, but like I said, you come back later. And so I'm interested to see how this peaceful village changes, to see what's going on with it. The only reason we're up here is because you know us, we like to take everything we can get our hands on. There's a big moose back here. Let's kill him. I declare you evil. And your dear friends. And then we skin them before we leave. So there's a lot of dead wolves over here because there's a couple of a Smilodon and a bear. You've already seen what Smilodons can do. With a little prep, we handled them just fine. Alright, now there's one little area that we want to grab stuff at, and that's right here. We're just going to run across and grab what's in the boat. There's nothing valuable. We're just orders. That's it. This area is done. We're going to move on to the second part of Act. Right? Did you see the lighter? I actually managed to get it filled this time. I pushed it down and it shot the liquid right into it this time. But look at this. Bang! I mean, that is a flame. Alright, we're going to head over here and it's going to cause a story to start. Unable to sneak past these enemies.
The time for words has passed.
What are they? Okay. Let's just go for it. We'll have her cast haste. Because of course, we'll grab all the stuff. Grab everything. Let's keep going. We don't need to rest because we're going to be in the camp in just a second. So even though it says it's a random encounter, it's not. You're in the camp and everything. Commander, we caught a suspicious lad on the road. He says he's an ally. He is desperate to talk to you. Who knows who he really is? The young man before you trembles from his wounds and exhaustion. His boots are in tatters, and if he had any weapons or armor, he shed them long ago. His clothing is torn, his hair is wet, like he recently swam across a river. Blood oozes from his wounds, from wounds on his chest and shoulders. His skin is cracked and inflamed from the acrid water of the world wound. Commander, the man breathes heavily, and the words emerge as a whisper from his dry throat. My squad ambushed beyond the river. Help. We can be good and give him some water. Be lawful and say, what is this? Report properly at once. Be evil and throw him out, or remain silent. Let's give him some water. The knight's wounds heal with the help of a magical potion. Taking a gulp from the water, he catches his breath, snaps to attention, and begins again. Yaker Ankler, Hell Knight of the Order of the Godclaw, under the command of Regal Dendral. Our squad is under attack by demons, far surpassing our numbers. Without your assistance, we are lost. Hell Knights, they've supported the Crusades more than once in our battles against the demons, despite their Erebeth cringes, questionable reputation. We cannot abandon our allies in trouble. If they really are our allies, then of course it's just Avian and Vina looks Yaker closely from head to toe. These names, seriously, call them Bob, John, Mike. I mean, keep it simple, man. What's up with these weird ass names? I kind of think this isn't a knight at all. A real Hell Knight would be skinned alive for losing his infamous black armor. What we see here is a stranger without rank or insignia who wants us to march to God knows where. Kind of smells like a trap to me. The Godclaws are heretics who slander Emote's name. How dare you pledge your loyalty to her and to Emotus at the same time? We honor the inheritor and strive to be as courageous as she is in battle, but she is a young goddess who assumed her position relatively recently. She doesn't consider it beneath her to learn from others, more experienced deities. So we are not ashamed to combine her teachings and wisdom with those who created the world. Yaker, who is attacking you, and why can't you handle them on your own? A large creature that attacked from the air. Some are fighters, others are, at a guess, clerics with dangerous divine magic. They looked like they were made out of stone. I am almost certain they were gargoyles. They fell upon us from the sky while we were setting up camp at our most vulnerable. They caught our forces partial strength. The Practor had dispatched some troops for scouting team. The flying beast didn't fight us. They fell upon us from the sky, grabbed our fighters, and either took them somewhere or threw them to their deaths. We were unprepared for this. Where's your squad now? Not far from here, beyond the river. It's not far from a single fighter who abandoned his armor and weapons, but we can't get across the river so easily. We'll have to take a detour. Even if they can save anyone, it seriously delay our offense against Dresden and will give the enemy a chance to prepare. Give me one reason why I should help you. Yaker looks amazed. The Hell Knights are the formal allies of the Crusaders. After a pause, he adds, and I cannot make promises on behalf of my command, but under the circumstances, you must be able to convince Practor to join your army. Hell Knights in our army, that's just what we need. What do my companions think? We're not going to ask that. They basically go through and give their opinions on things. I've been contemplating joining the Hell Knights myself. We're not. They're pretty much evil to a lawful extent. They're not bad. Like, they are evil, but only in the sense that they will do anything at all in order to maintain law and order. So that's why they're evil. They're not evil because they follow or practice evil exactly, but like, they're evil because if it's not within the boundaries of the law, they won't do it, even if that means saving somebody, stuff like that. We'll risk it and try to help them. Thank you, Commander. Our forces are here. He points to a location on your map. The situation is critical. Please send reinforcements as soon as possible. I will go ahead and meet you there. All right. So we need to rest. Doesn't look like we can make any more lightning bolt spells. We don't have enough regions. Let's make the invisibility communal.
You'd like Soku. Caravans, traders from all over Galarian. The city's always noisy with people speaking in a dozen different languages.
And you traded.
You having fun with the emotes?
World wound? You paladin types are an odd bunch, and no mistake.
All right. We didn't get our fish on a stick. I'm glad. Let's head out to the camp because we have a few things to sell anyways. And we still haven't found... Oh, this is where Ember, one of my favorite characters, says, "Hey, little one, they say you can do magic." The silver-haired fighter sizes Ember up skeptically, apparently baffled to find such a young girl in the middle of a war. He's cradling an arm wound, which has been hastily bandaged. Can you heal me?
Yes.
Of course, Ember whispers a spell and touches the bloody bandages. Thank you, thank you. That's so much better. The soldier rips off the bloody rags and strokes the healthy skin underneath them. How old are you? You're only a child. I have a granddaughter at home that looks just like you. Oh, little girl, how did you end up here? What are you doing here in the thick of the battle with us? Ember gives a lighthearted smile. I'm just like you. I came to the thick so that the thick wouldn't come to the other kids like your granddaughter. Well, I'll be so little, yet so much courage, even more than an officer. The old man runs a rough hand through her hair. She smiles at him. The crow on her shoulder rubs its head on her hand like a cat. Talking to you takes a load off my mind. I reckon it is not just my arm that you healed. Soldier leaves, shaking his head pensively. Ember waves happily, then turns around and notices you. Hi. Do they often come to you like this? Ember shrugs. Demons keep hurting them. I keep healing them. But you know, it's surprising. So many soldiers come to me. They say I bring them comfort that gives them strength, but I don't do anything like that at all. I only talk to them nicely. I'm just a feather-brained little girl. What if something I say is wrong? Maybe I should keep quiet, but I can't tell you my words make them feel better, so I guess I'm confused. Then say, don't second guess yourself. You're helping all of us, the soldiers, your companions, and me. You think so? I think I'm just wandering around saying silly things. She taps her scarred finger on her cheek, and then breaks into a smile. All right, it must be true if you say so. Okay. We'll come here real quick and sell this stuff. Oh, how are things going in the camp? Everything is fine. We're well supplied. Nobody's hungry. Nobody's getting sick. You can't run a military when everybody's getting sick, but they aren't taking up any more beds than usual. Quartermaster looks over the equipment, tinkering. We have a little problem. The soldiers' gear and the army has has a standard that dictates who gets what. Except the standard is only good for fighting in Canabras. Needless to say, the conditions inside the World Wound are completely different. The scouts have been complaining that the local vegetation is like razor blades. They say it is smashing through the soles of their boots and ribbons. Their cloaks might protect them from the cold, but they're useless against acid, snow, cosmic mist. The scouts are missing plenty of vital gear. A coil of rope is a simple thing, but there's not even enough to go around. Can you imagine how are they supposed to scale mountains with no rope? So I was thinking, what if we issue them different equipment? This actually does impact your crusade. So you can say, I'm afraid boots and ropes alone won't be enough. Put the scouts on horses and provide them with everything they need. Equip the soldiers as you see fit. Or will sir follow regulations? It's written in blood. We are going to say put them on horses. This will give us mounted scouts. Alright, show us what you have so we can do all this stuff. We have the oppressor's gloves and this hat. We're okay with the scrolls. We've got a couple of books and stuff. All right, fill that. This gives us a +2 persuasion check on intimidate, and whenever the wearer confirms a critical hit, the enemy suffers a -2 penalty on saving throws against mind-affecting conditions. That's fine. Put it on us. We don't have any gloves. Let's go to scrolls real quick and make sure that Nino, whatever her name is, doesn't have anything that she can learn real quick. See, there's a couple that she... Another one. Can learn quite a few spells. I think we're up to like 7 or 8 so far. Alright. Not really going to change what we equipped her with, though. Yeah. Still have the pit and haste. She got another, because of that headband we put on her, she got another 2nd level spell. Alright. Let's go! There's the elf. Let's go over there. What the hell do you want from me? She vanishes. Who was that? She didn't introduce herself. She was greatly interested in the volunteers of the army. She thought that she might know one of the elves. But I couldn't tell you anything more than that. Alright. We're done. Get out of here. We need to... So, with the Crusade, one of the things that it particularly helps you with is you can't pass these, you can't pass these things unless your Crusaders clear it. We have to go down here and clear this. Insta-win. Just for safe, let's kill this guy too. You know, that's not a bad result. We only lost, I don't know, a little less than 10 soldiers. Everybody else we got back. And these guys throw fire and stuff, so that's not a bad result. Let's keep it. Alright, we're not going to take this dude on. We just lose. We'll come back and take him on later. Alright, that takes care of all the people that we needed to worry about there. Gonna come down and go into the roundabout. This is where the Hell Knights are. We're gonna buff here in just a second. In fact, let's buff right now. Buffing. Doo-doo.
I wonder.
Adayana. Inimosi tradisi. Ona Adayana. Inimosi tradisi. Be there. Ormos na air. Orma na air. Orma. Esme. Axa. Yes.
All right. We're all buffed up. Grab that. Ah, dang it. This is just going to show the attack. I'm so used to skipping these things, I almost did it. Basically, it says they're being raided. They're wearing white and yellow, and the others in black. And they are being led by a tall man, white priest robes. Some warriors glance around, fretful, their weapons shaking in their hands. They hear screams of gargoyles from above. The beasts are approaching the camp.
Quickly, evacuate the wounded. The beasts are about to strike again. Use cloaks as stretchers. We've got to make it through. Paralictor, your people will have to cover us while...
No problem, Tineezy. What's going on is there's a group of Hell Knights that needed some help. Hell Knights are these really, really law-abiding people, and they're so focused on the law that they will commit acts of evil to maintain it, no matter what. And we've gone to help them because they're being attacked.
2 more minutes left out in the open, and neither you nor I will have any troops left to order about, Crusader. But the wounded...
A perfect example of why they're evil. So, the one called Paralictor makes a barely noticeable gesture with his sword, and his troops instantly execute the wounded. Problem solved. Retreat to your shelter. If the man in white has anything further to add, his words are drowned out by the shrieking sounds of gargoyles as they fall from the sky. The Preclector will lead the units to shelter. We need to go, though. Alright, we're about to be attacked. But we... Ah, dang it. There it is.
Let me draw the first blood.
Okay. We just need to get down the hill. I would cast haste, but we don't need it quite yet. One of my favorite things about haste is the ability to run faster. Don't smoke. Okay, now we're going to use haste.
You are my favorite aid.
Ba am riti.
Oh, I guess I should. Yeah. There's an old woman here who's dying. She's a priestess. The sun never rises again. Even the sky is cursed, and we along with it. Yacker, the guy that came to the camp to get us, says, Mendev's faithful break too easy. All people are easily broken. The knights in pale armor help with each other through the horror, but the knights in black only break each other and everyone around them. We can do good and heal the woman that's wounded. You need help. You'll feel better now. The woman pushes you away with a weak gesture. Expend your efforts on someone who can be helped. Leave me. My crusade is over. Who are you and what happened here? I am a priestess and adherent of Chardonnay from the Order of the Sunrise Sword. Next to me is Arosh Digra, the head of our order. Soulful pride sound in the woman's voice. He has led our forces on raids to the World Wound many times, but this campaign, the gargoyles attacked a few nights ago, and the vast number, we've never seen anything like it. Aras organized a resistance with great skill, but while the monsters were distracting our fighters, a small group of them raided our camp and took supplies. We were left without food, water in the middle of the World Wound, where they are nearly impossible to find provisions. We shared the last crumbs of our supplies and set back the way we came. Everyone is suffering from hunger and thirst. We grew weak and could barely fight off the gargoyles when the gargoyles struck a second time. They snatched many of us away. I saw pain in Ashra's face as he counted the losses, but he managed to rally us. We continued on our trek and soon came across traces of a recent battle. Someone had destroyed the troops of the demon worshippers. In our desperation, we decided to follow the strangers and warn them of the gargoyles and seek their help, having no idea that they were Hell Knights, but we received only scorn. Every gulp of water in my unit was accounted for. They said they spared us 2 flasks and a sack of dried bread. They said we were allowed to keep the sack and use it as bandages. 2 flasks between us all and a sack for bandages. Hell Knights. Sela curls her fist, almost grunting through her clenched teeth. I'd rather ally with flesh-eating poisonous wyverns. A leader has to take care of their own tribe first. All the scandalized gasp. How could he do such a thing? Suddenly fell away when you're first faced with a hard choice and you're going to take the food out of your own child's mouth to feed some starving stranger. What happened after that? The gargoyles attacked despite how the Hell Knights practitioner had treated us. Jesus endeavored to help them and had us carry their wounded, but that monster had them slaughtered. Jesus was beside himself. It was difficult to conceive of such evil. He told our people to go with the Hell Knights to find shelter while he stayed to cover the retreat. The woman exhales slowly. He was a strong cleric, but he has treated our wounded and neglected himself and paid the price. That's quite a story. I can picture it on the stage of a grand royal theater. Rustling silk, gold adornments, tragic lead, singing a final aria. Is it time for me to applaud yet? It is not often that you come across such a heart-wrenching and theatrical plot outside of a stage. That was kind of cruel of her. Alright. Your commander can't be helped, but you're still alive. Allow me to help you and come with us. The woman looks at you wistfully. Why? So many deaths, so many sacrifices, such bravery, all for what? No, I will not go with you, stranger. My commander and I will die by what we lived for. Compassion and nobility. I don't want keep fighting for a world that bows to such laws. May the goddess forgive me. Farewell. The woman closes her eyes, exhausted. I'm sorry these good people treated you this way. If you don't have the strength to go on any further, rest. We will continue the crusade, I promise. Yacker shakes his head. Commander, I am not one to advise you, but you're wasting time on this fool, and the gargoyles will soon be back. That's their usual tactics. Fly up, regroup, attack again. I'm going back to my unit now. I advise you not to stay here and linger longer. So here you're basically seeing a conflict of interest between the way the Hell Knights behave and the, you know, the decent good thing to do. We still have haste, so let's go fight. Not a bad little fight. We handled that pretty well. Now let's grab all the stuff. Loot the dead.
I hope you appreciate this.
Is this light or medium? Medium. I don't think the horse can wear medium armor yet. Yeah, it can't. Soon, though. It'll be able to wear it soon. I think that's everything. Yeah, there's a couple of things over here. We're just going to come up and around this area and go into the cave that's behind it.
Focus on the goal.
Okay, we need to cast haste again before we start this fight. Oh, my Nightbot. Just... I'm sorry, Tineezy. A lot of people will spam the... It's not that... it's not that strict. A lot of people will spam nothing but cap locks, and that... Like, you can still use profanity and stuff. Not a lot, but some. But yeah. It looks like my stream's degrading. Oh, you know why my stream is looking like this? Because they gave me quality. So, that's pretty cool. If you go to the settings on the bottom right corner and you go to quality, you'll see a bunch of options there. That's neat. Usually only partners and affiliates get that as an option. Yeah, sorry about that, Tineezy. We need to cast haste.
I'm always open to ideas.
Knight Commander, I presume. Your glory precedes you. I am Reginald de Renge, Herelictor of the Order of the God Claw, and temporary officer of the joint unit of Hell Knights and the Order of the Sunrise Sword. You and your people should take positions. The gargoyles are regrouping. We expect they will attempt to break through in 5 to 6 minutes.
A joint unit?
Forcibly joined. The leader of the Order of the Sunrise Sword was unable to get to safety, which is not surprising, considering his, shall we
extreme situation, I took command of his people.
It's supposed to be good when different people unite. We're here for a common cause. But it still gives me the creeps for some reason. Hell Knights shouldn't be allowed to get their claws into our paladins. It's wrong.
This is Finral, our talking weapon. We are using him as a greatsword at the moment. Yeah, Tineezy, it is just a bot. It's not real. And it was just, you must have typed something with all caps or something. Sorry about that. I did go through and add, like, I don't know, 600 or 700 different words that are blacklisted. But you can still use some profanity. As long as you don't use degrading terms or stuff like that, it should be fine. I saw that you ordered your own wounded to be finished off.
Indeed. The gargoyles were clearly trying to capture as many prisoners as they could. I don't know the reason behind these abductions, but I'm not about to give the enemy what they want. That is why all my people were ordered not to be taken alive. And as for the wounded, we didn't have time to get them to safety anyway.
Yeah, the bot can be a little tricky. I'll have to go through and do some editing and stuff, but yeah, it's a new bot. It's better than the bot I was using, but not a lot. I'm still a small streamer, so I don't have control over the I don't have enough people to actually have human mods, so I have to use a bot to mod my chat. And I can't believe it deleted your entire 79 messages.
Can you hear yourself? For the sake of principle, in order not to give the enemy what they want, you killed your own wounded. Helpless subordinates. Why does anyone still follow you?
Because we are Hell Knights. We know our duty.
Only someone who's never been responsible for the lives of others could feel any outrage at this decision. The wounded couldn't be saved. What good would it do to anyone if the rest perished along with them?
Standing behind the commander, Yarker rolls his eyes.
I spared them the exact volume of resources I could sacrifice without risking my own people. However, the situation has developed.
Don't worry, I won't let it do anything crazy.
Supplies. They are temporarily under my charge, and I can use their forces to rebuff the attack.
Why did it block that? I specifically told it not to. Oh well. I guess you'll have to do LOL until I figure out more about this bot. I'm still an early streamer, so I'm still learning the way all this stuff works.
Noble Ashes and his Sunrise swords have already done so. This is what it led to.
That's right. The chief is responsible for his own tribe. If he decides that he's responsible for the whole world, his own people will come to ruin. And if he wishes...
Agreed.
They will break against our resolve.
Alright, so we got a little bit of a fight here. It's kind of a back and forth fight, but it's not too difficult. And we prepped with haste, so we're fine. So mostly this is just an introduction to a new party member you can get. It's an interesting way to get him though. And yeah, we're not going to go through all this. We're not going to use him. As I said, he's kind of evil. And we are not going to lose Sela like we would if we were an evil class. This goes through, you know, he's going to join us more or less. It's got its own set, but it's a lot of words that ultimately just ends up with him joining us and giving us access to Hell Knights in the Crusade, which is important because they're super strong. All right.
Thanks, Lan.
If we go down here, anybody that ever played Dark Souls might get this reference. I didn't play it, so... But that's what this guy is representing. It's just some random dude sitting in a dark hole who says, praise! Alright.
Keep your calm.
Go. That takes care of the Hell Knights. Now we're going to move into the upper region of this area. We did get a heavy crossbow of Judgment, which we can stick on... Got a +2. Nobody. We're not going to use that heavy. We do have a Ring of Protection +2 that will switch out on her. And a Wisdom headband. We can put the Wisdom on her, and we can put the Ring of +1 on her. I think that might have even given her a few more spells. Nope. It's all maxed out. Alright. Let's go! We're going to come up here. And we have the Hell Knights. So let's jump back to our Hell Knights. There's the scouts. And we can recruit. I'm going to move the scouts first, though. Now we'll recruit. I strongly recommend you recruit everything you can at the beginning. Because, like I said, these numbers are going to fall off pretty heavily as you get into Act 3. Here's the Hell Knights. I'm going to run him up here and combine him with our army. We'll get rid of these dwarves at the Hell Knights. Dwarves we can send right back down here. Have them hang out in base. Alright. So that's where the dwarves are. You guys have already moved. Here's some clerics. Have them join our main army. Have the scouts on horseback. Fine. But these two can. Now we're going to take these guys and combine them with our main army. And that's all we can do for that. Let's go into camp real quick. Now that we have the Hell Knights.
There are many roads to success.
Tell what stuff we have. We don't really need it. Nobody uses a bastard sword. Heavy crossbow, nobody needs. We can keep this medium armor. It's not bad. It's +2 hide. Grants 10% resistance, +2 saving throws. So let's keep. Don't think we need anything else, though. We're good. We're gonna run over to this dude and talk to him real quick. While we're in camp, let's talk to Sela right here and finish up that quest. Remember when we just saved her friends, like betrayed her and ran off? That's what this. Then she says, maybe he's right. I trust people too easy. We can say, you know, don't lose your trust in people over a few mistakes, which is what we're gonna. That's it. Quest is finished. And we picked up some junk. Let's get rid of that. We'll go dump this armor in our chest. We'll rest, and then we'll head to... we've kind of almost finished part 2 of this act. There's that elf, that mysterious elf. And that's because we encountered her several times. So when we talk to her, this wounded elf, there are a lot of wounded in Kerberos. Who wounded him? In what way? How should I know? It must have been demons. If the wound was serious, I doubt he has fully recovered from it. Maybe if you point towards a healer, I could. The woman wraps a rag on way up to her eye, has wrapped the rags all the way up to her eyes. Turns around at the sound of footsteps. Damn it. In lightning fast motion, Avina knocks something out of the woman's hand. The amulet seemingly appeared out of nowhere and falls to the ground and disappears in a flash of magic. What a rush, sweetheart. What's the rush, sweetheart? Stay a while. The commander and me, we've got a couple of questions for you. Avina, who's this with you? Looks like a spy to me. Not the first time seeing her in camp. She snoops around asking the soldiers this and that. And if you try to tail her, she darts away behind a tent and then she's nowhere to be seen. I'd been hanging around for hours looking all bored and waiting for her to bite, and she did. Started asking her questions and then you came by, right on cue. With an unnerving smile, Avina stares the woman who maintains her grimace silence straight in the eye. All right, we're going to make you talk now, darling. Who do you work for? What did she want from you? Looking for some elf, tall, not from Mendev, got wounded in Karambas. No idea who it might be. Don't know anyone that looks like that in our ranks. Avina maintains her irritable expression. Address the elf. You won't escape this time. Who are you and why are you hiding your face? You hear his heavy sigh coming from under the shaw. Fine. You've got me. We'll talk, but not here. Lead me somewhere away from prying eyes. She's all yours, Commander. I caught her and handed her over, and now, as they say, I wash my hands of this whole affair. What do you want from me, soldier? In an exasperated gesture, she rips half her mask off, and you see her black skin and crimson eyes. It's Kalisha, the elf you met in Kerberos. Remember that dude that was hunting the demon worshipper, and you found out that she was a drow? This is her. Why did you follow my army? To find someone. Kalis, lets out a resigned huff. His master wants me dead, which means I die sooner or later. After pausing, she narrows her eyes and spits out. But that doesn't mean I'll lay down and accept my fate. I'm no lamb to the slaughter, and I won't be waiting for a kindly executioner to come for me, knife in hand. Never again. Are you a spy? Her scarlet eyes flash defiantly, and she mutters under her teeth, I'm not going to hide it. I have come here to commit a violent and bloody act, but I do not serve the demons, and I won't do you or your forces any harm. Don't play coy with me. I want details. Why? Frowning skeptically, she gives you an appraising look. And what will you do with my story? Take it into account when you pass judgment? Kill me? Deem me a reprobate? Help a poor girl if you don't? Well, I haven't asked for help, and your authority to judge me seems rather dubious. You failed your perception check. She's lying to you, it's plain to see. So we can just say, I'll leave you be. She shrugs casually, as if her fate has not been hanging in the balance just a moment ago. How nice of you, soldier. Don't call me soldier, I'm the commander of the crusade. She shrugs. Everyone's a soldier in war, generals and privates alike. I look at you and I see someone whose life is war and only war. It makes you a soldier. I've met other elves who look like you. They serve the demons. Amura minions. The words escape her lips before she is able to stop them. Then she looks at you with visible irritation. One of the Dreski servants is a powerful elf by the name of Anmora, and those corrupted elves are her lackeys. Don't ask me how I know this or why my appearance is similar to theirs. I am not your enemy, but if you see them, kill them without remorse. Says, I have to go. Alright, now we're going to rest. My gut tells me it's time to leave. I was leaving too. It's dangerous here. Farewell, soldier. Now, we can talk before we rest. Let's go talk to the dude that gave us this mission and tell him that we found her again. And that we let her go again. Just to piss him off. He's over here. Congrats on your new rank. I found Alyssa spying on the camp. Then you should have lookouts for her. She left, alive and unharmed. Then she has deceived you once more. I met other elves that look like her. A few years ago, a sect of demon worshippers uncovered them. Their followers are Dreski. They brought together the priestess of Amora. Naturally, as soon as the truth was revealed, a hunt for these evil zealots was called. They have been marked with the same brand of darkness as their leaders. A wicked Polisa sect will soon be destroyed, but some of the cultists managed to escape. I pursued their order to eradicate the evil that root and branch. Sighing heavily, his lips curl into bitterness. It is a great shame that the children of the noble nation have besmirched themselves with this taint, and I would be grateful if this confession were kept between us. I have to go. Alright. Yeah, we just picked up, here are the companions we have so far, and there's a couple more. We get a succubus, and she's pretty cool. She's a ranger. But, we picked up this dude, Regil. He's the Hell Knight that you saw us working with earlier. We'll give him leading strike. And then we also picked up Cecil. He's the cleric. We got Darian. He's a oracle. We have Woldriff. He is a Eldritch scoundrel, which is basically a thief and a wizard. We have Ember. We have Nino. We have Lan. Nino is a scroll savant type of wizard. Ember is a witch. Lan is a Zen archer. Camilla is a spirit hunter. And then we also have Sela, who is a paladin. I do not know all the companions, but I know that if you were a lich, you have 2 more companions you can get. Plus there is a succubus. Plus there is Stosel's brother. I don't know if there are more than that, though. I think so. That's about as many as I can think of. Let's rest. We'll change this scroll that we're building. No, let's do display.
So many years wasted.
Praise the God.
Alright, we're off. Let's go! Okay, we're going to go to the Nameless Ruins. That is part of Nino's quest. She asked us to go there with her. There is a fight here, so we'll go ahead and buff up a little bit.
Win this war. Inimosi travisi. Inimosi travisi.
Adayana. Una Adayana. Be there. Orma. Nam. Orma. Nam. Orma.
The fight's not super hard, but better to be safe than sorry. Do a haste. And we'll change Nino to casting her burning arc.
Save the last
Whoops.
one for me.
Not mean to do that.
Did you see that?
All right, so we're gonna go. We'll get this on the way out of this cave. We're gonna go in this cave, and this will be the start of how to discover the secret to unlock this hidden door down further. We leveled. Yay. So these little symbols on the wall here, you'll find them in various areas of this place. And that shows you how to open the, it shows you how to open up a secret passage. Let's do our level real quick. We are level 7. So we get a couple of things this level. Feat-wise, let's take... Is that actually a thing? Warrior Priest. Gain a +1 to initiatives and a +2 to all concentration. We don't need. We're not casting spells in the. We could take armor focus heavy. We are wearing heavy armor. Die hard. Great cleave, which will give us improved cleaving finish. Let's take that. Here's our war site. We'll take, this is going to give us, this is one of our revelations. Whenever we roll initiative, we roll twice and take whichever one is higher. We also gain uncanny dodge at level 11, even if we don't have the conditions. Spell-wise, for a level 1, what did I write down? Oh, Unbreakable Heart. And for level 2, let's take Remove Paralyzation and Prayer. Prayer. Okay. That takes care of that. Do our paladin next. Could get selective healing, but I think we're going to take armor focus. We really want her to be a tank, so armor focus is going to be better than her selective. Shaman, auto so far. Still going with the rapier. Zen Archer for Lan. He is also auto, but they do a really good job with him. So there's not a lot of reasons. Our Scroll Savant. We could take greater spell focus. We actually should take point blank shot. I didn't know she didn't have that. Even though it's for bows and arrows, it also works for ranged touch attacks, which is what she has. Spell-wise, none of this is super important because we can always pick up scrolls later. So let's take greater invisibility. And controlled fireball. Oh, no. This does minimal damage to the allies. No, we won't take acid pit. I love my pits. She's supposed to be a phantasmal killer, so we should have probably taken some. Our witch. Our healer. Really focus heavily in healing. We could focus her in. Could get brew potions. Not that we need them, but we could get them. Let's just get evocation specialization. Really don't need any of the. Suppose we could get breakable for level 2. Web is or bone shaker. Get web. Level 3. We would make a lot of use out of heroism. Sure. Let's snag it. Now we have to do her horse. We are done with our levels. We don't need medium barding. As you can see, they get medium barding on level 9. So unless you want it early, we don't need. We're just trying to make the horse as sturdy as possible. So grab Die Hard for now. Alright. Oh, we have to do spells. What we need to do for Nino is get extended spells so that we can take our haste, extend it in meta magic, and drop it into level 4. So we have some level 4 extended spells.
Keep your calm.
Oh, I forgot all about this area.
Knowledge is the key.
Does anybody have invisibility?
I need the
It makes this so much easier.
Always be ready,
I'm ready
for
to
the
move
worst.
out.
Doesn't she has greater but not lesser.
Sod is restless. I wonder why.
Okay. This can be a bit of a challenge because
They will not expect my strike.
there's a trap here and another trap over here, and we have to sneak around and disarm them without triggering these people, or we're going to trigger the traps. And the traps are
I'm helpful. Am I not?
thinking cloud, so they mess with us pretty badly. Might be able to pull it off. Oh, dang it. Get that, get that, get that.
I am helpful.
Alright. At least we didn't trigger the, we didn't trigger the trap. That trap is nasty. It really messes with you guys. Did get, plagued, but we should be able to cure that if we use, treat affliction. Failed to dispel it. Does she have removed disease? Don't one of us have it? Oh,
A bright future awaits.
she has it on her cure hands. There we go. And it's gone.
I hope you appreciate this.
We picked up some stuff, so let's see what we grabbed. Grabbed vast intelligence and a cloak of resistance +2 grants saving throws against compulsion and don't know if anybody needs. Oh, looks like Nino does. Nino already has the intelligence. I guess we can give it to Land for now, but he doesn't need it by any means. Okay, we're gonna save here real quick. We haven't saved in a while. And then hopefully we make this check, because you get something if you do.
Oh, well, that happened.
Nope, we didn't. Let's reload and try again.
This was simple enough.
There we go. So, scattering remains of sickening and looking upon a ghouls clearly ate their fill. Fortunately, they were not interested in the jewelry that was left on the body. Open that up. You find a ring of protection +2, which we need. That ring of protection +1 we can throw on Land. That's it for this cave, but the area is still open. It's not too hard though. This was the hardest part of the whole thing. We're about to go into the cave after we finish this area, and that is where you get the swarm. So if you wanted to follow the path of the swarm, which makes every single person you'll ever meet hate you, then this next area that we're going to is really important.
We are the light. They are the darkness.
Path of the Swarm is crazy because it's kind of a solo mythic path. Like I've never done it myself, but pretty much everybody leaves you. Like they all just think you're just way too evil. You're even more evil than than the Lich. You're just crazy evil.
Now, what is that? I am helpful. Am I not?
Alright, here's this. Now, I'll go ahead and do the puzzle, but the other part, we already know that the circle needs to be filled, but the other parts are against the walls and one is further down, and then you're supposed to do it on your way back up. But it's this one, this one, this one, and this one. And this is really helpful for Sela, because it gives a +2 +2d6 to her healing ability if she uses her group heal, or divine healing, or whatever it is. Alright, and then we're going to come down here and we're going to see one of the biggest puzzles in the game. We don't have to solve it yet, though. Stranger, answer the question. The elf woman in frayed robes turns her head to you and stares at you, though through the slits of her simple white mask, she holds out her hand, touches the adjacent statue. The absence of an answer is an answer too. Don't smoke. Hey, wait. Where are you going? Spontaneous dematerialization is unscientific. Nino touches the statue and suddenly freezes. You'll like this part, Tineasy, I think. Following her example, you put your hand on the statue and the world around you seems to cease to exist. You are lone grain of sand floating in the emptiness of the unknown. Your path has no beginning and no end. You are tiny and insignificant compared to the cosmos that now surrounds you. But then something changes. The emptiness takes notice of you. It stares at you, measures you, and assesses you. Then a question comes, as simple and as deep as the emptiness itself. Who are you? Say, I am Redfren. Your name is uttered. That seems so powerful and proud, rings through the emptiness, and the silent comes, bleak and oppressive. The emptiness still awaits your answer. I am. Do you want to say your name, but what is it? Just the set of sounds you use to associate yourself. You are Redfren. Who decided this, and who are you? Your parents, yourself, someone else? A name is just a label, and label you take voluntarily. What happens if you tear this label off? What hides behind the name of Redfern? Behold the truth. Open yourself to the knowledge and reveal yourself. This is what I... Look at Nino.
I am Nenio. Nenio. You hear me? You voice from nowhere or whatever you are?
What's going on here? Nenio, is that you?
We'll ask the same thing. Nenio, is that you?
I am Nenio, the greatest scientist of the modern age, and you are my loyal follower. Why are you asking me such a pointless question?
You're Kitsune.
It appears your observation is correct. I am a kitsune.
The kitsune stares down at her hands and runs her fingers over her pointy muzzle, lingering over the sharp teeth and ears.
If my hypothesis is correct, and the probability of that is close to 100%, I have always been a kitsune, but at some point I decided to forget that piece of knowledge. Following this line of reasoning, it would seem the fact of my membership of a certain race just doesn't seem relevant to me. Also, there is a more important question. Why did my true identity reveal itself in this precise moment?
She cast a pensive look towards the statue towering over you. How could you forget you were a Kensu?
This question is irrelevant in the current situation. If you wish, you can ask me about it later. If you believe that I've been keeping my true identity a secret on purpose, you are mistaken. I have no interest in your causes, your battles, or your secrets, if you have any. All I need from you is your assistance with my experiments. And with this.
Nino sweeps her hand in a wide circle, gesturing to the statues around you.
I have no words. Can I just stand here silently and look like I'm thinking something smart?
What was that? I found myself in an emptiness and a voice asked me question.
I suppose it was a trap that yanked our minds out of our plane and temporarily transferred us to another one. I wish I knew which plane. By the way, did you know that the most efficient way to disarm a corridor's worth of magical traps is with the help of a scientist who has been told that the formula for an elixir of the ancient races lies hidden at the end of said booby-trapped corridor?
Whose voice do you think that was?
I haven't the slightest idea, but it is most definitely an extremely wise entity. Besides, the entity displayed no aggressive tendencies, which gives us hope that it can be reasoned with.
So what do you think about it?
The voice in the emptiness asked me, and judging by your reaction, you too, who I am. And merely stating my name failed to satisfy it. The trap then forced me to assume my true form, which I had completely forgotten about. I suppose this trap wasn't a trap per se. It rather was a closed portal leading to some hidden place that can easily unveil secrets and reveal the truth. The one who spoke to us seemed to solve me like a riddle, in an instant, just by looking at me. I would like to meet this entity. Can you imagine which secrets it can unravel? I want to speak to it, and you, my follower, must help me.
So, a stranger is capable of uncovering all your secrets with a single glance? I wouldn't wish to meet such a person. I wouldn't appreciate such a blatant invasion of my privacy.
But how can you get there? If there is a door, there must be a way to open it. If there's a lock, there must be a key to it. There is an inscription here, right on the statue. I am the void and the emptiness. I am the starting point. I am infinite. Tear my mask off and let it fall at my feet. I don't understand this at all. How thrilling!
Sounds like a riddle.
It does. It really does. I love riddles and puzzles.
How do we solve it?
Each of them is inscribed with a riddle, and each demands that something be placed at its feet. I guess we need some items that represent the answers to these riddles, but don't ask me where we should look for them.
Maybe we should ask one of these geysers?
I don't think they can help us. Looks like all they can do is mumble their mantra about questions and answers.
Why are you so sure that the unknown entity behind the mysterious portal would even talk to you or us?
I'm not sure at all, but we must try. We simply must. Getting there and talking with this entity will be the greatest of my experiments. No exaggeration.
A portal leads to an unknown. A portal that leads to the unknown could be dangerous.
The world wound is dangerous. Walking under a hanging icicle is dangerous. Even choking on a chunk of badly chewed food can lead to a fatal outcome after all. Living is dangerous. But what is danger compared to knowledge?
Looks like there's nothing more we can do here.
With deepest regret, I have to admit that you are right. It's highly unlikely that we'll be able to solve this riddle right here and now. We'll have to temporarily withdraw so we can return when we're armed and ready.
That's it for this. Get the quest, but I have no idea how to solve that riddle yet. I think you solve it later in the game. The reason I thought you would like this is because Nino is actually a furry little fox. So I thought that was kind of cool.
Keep your calm.
Yeah, you did say she was your favorite character, so... All right, now we are at a huge part of the second half. There are a couple more that's coming. The Succubus is coming, and she's got a pretty cool personality. Let's switch back to our Crusaders. Yeah, I noticed that. We'll probably end the stream here in about 30 minutes or so. There it is. Leper's Smile. I'm hoping we can get through Leper's Smile before we end. That would be cool. Get through the next part of this huge thing, because after Leper's Smile, we're going to unlock this area, and there's Dresden. So we have accomplished quite a bit, you know, since we started this stream. We started way down here. We got all this stuff taken care of. Let's do Leper's Smile. I'm sure we have time. Oh, this is a note. All right. Now, if you were following the path of the Lich and you wanted to unlock the path of the Lich, Leper's Smile is very important, because you've already unlocked the first part of it earlier when you found out about the wand that was stolen from the Temple of Arad. You didn't get the rod, but you found out it was stolen. Those people ended up in Leper's Smile, and you need that wand if you want to follow the path of the Lich. That's it. We found a letter that said, please come to our camp. And we'll do that on our next... Yeah, here it is. So, we'll do the camp and stuff like that on our next stream. This stream, we're just going to try to get through Leper's Smile. It won't take too long. Okay, so Leper's Smile has a couple of things. When you go in there, you're going to get a story right off the bat talking about that you need to send somebody ahead. I usually send Social because he'll heal the Crusaders that are being attacked. In addition to that, if you go scouting around Leper's Smile looking for loot, people will start to die. But that's okay. We're going to let them, because the loot is worth getting. All right, so here's the story I was telling you about. You step in here, and you need to find out more about the enemy, convene a council to decide a plan of action, and then you have to choose somebody to head off and help. And we are going to look at the faces of our companions and choose Social. We're going to hold our position and fight the swarm. All right. We don't have to buff just yet. We're gonna step up and talk to her. Alright, so now we're gonna buff. Turn on point blank shot. He only has 3 haste left.
Trust in yourself.
Doesn't have see invisibility. Alright, let's turn on haste and start running. So if you just want to get through this as fast as you can without anybody dying, you'll go this way.
Yet another obstacle.
We really just want to hurry through this area.
I won't let you hurt my friends.
If you don't search for loot when you kill the Swarm Queen, it all leaves. But on the upside, you get you don't lose as many soldiers. So it's a give and take. You either lose soldiers by looting, or you lose the loot, but keep the soldiers. Soldiers are replaceable, so I'd rather loot. It's not the good thing to do, though.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
We are going to heal Camilla. And cast haste again.
I'm always open to ideas.
Head out. This is where you see a dude stuck down in this crack. You can call out to him, find out if he's real. He is. We can try to get him. And we did. So he lived.
Break against our resolve.
He's right there. We'll heal him. And he's off. See? And here's the queen.
Do not waver.
We will cast Might Evil. Bless. Oh, you know what? Let's activate her abilities. There we go. We'll have Nino switch over to magic missiles. And we will have... Shoot, she's all out of spells for her attack, so we'll just have her attack with her bow. The queen is dead. So she's like, I can't breathe. I need fresh air. This is a disgusting hole. The mongrels, caves, and Chronabros could eat that. I guess. Don't hold back. If it looks delicious, acid glands, go ahead. Just a brainless bug. So many people died. What's worrying you? It seemed to be focused on you. Let's see if we can find the source. We did. We found a perfumed handkerchief shoved into our pocket. the demons did this, or it looks like I have enemies. We'll say it looks like I have enemies. And then if you're following the path or trying to follow the path of the swarm, you need to choose evil here. But we're going to say get rid of the beast body and burn it. All right. Nora is here, and she's going to explain to us. He says that he healed some people and that he turned out okay, and they're all okay. We will mourn all who died. Their sacrifices will not be in vain. She explains what this circle is. That it was used to summon this queen and this swarm here. And that we've been led into a trap. We basically say it looks like the spellcaster is afraid to face us. Alright, we'll keep our same party.
I will help where I can.
Open your heart.
Magritium Turinos.
We're going to head down into this hole. This area is not too difficult. Hopefully we can speed through it. So, there is a boulder here, which basically says that it was hiding a secret tunnel that's been opened up, and you can go down that way. We'll do that now. And then we're going to come back and go the other direction.
Their logic is lacking.
What do we have here? You can trust me.
Go around the trap.
I am helpful, am I not? Save the last one for me.
Watch out for trouble. Time to practice my combat abilities.
Gonna keep heading down this way
They will break
on the
against our
beach here.
resolve. I found.
Like I said, if you were following the Lich, then this area is super important to you. This reveals that the people that stole all of that stuff are here.
Did we step on their toes as well?
This fight can be quite difficult if we're not going to go the path of evil.
Are lacking.
We're going to touch this glowing box. Reach out with your mind and touch the power hiding within the wand. Break the ominous power, set it free, hide the wand in your bag. We will set the power free. It will get rid of all the undead. Even though it's evil. We're super good. It shouldn't affect us too much. And we took the wand. Now we can collect this loot. More over here. Yeah, they've got some cool effects coming soon too. You still had to choose the same path the same option I chose that was evil, you'd need to do if you were a, oh, we missed that. Our perception failed. See all the perceptions? Oh well. Alright. We're gonna come all the way back here where we started. So if you were following the path of the Lich, then you needed to take that wand, just like we did. We have the wand. We are not going to follow the path of the Lich. So when we confront the Lich, we're probably going to try and fight him. But if you do fight him, if you do follow him, sends a bunch of undead to help you in a fight. It's pretty cool. Don't smoke. It's super bad for you. This sword is pretty good. It's a long sword +2. And we need it for Stila, because she's still using the Radiant. Now, even though we don't have the Radiant equipped, I always drag it over here, just to make sure I don't accidentally sell it.
There are many roads to success. Time to practice my combat ability.
I can't remember which way we need to go, and which way we don't.
There's something unusual.
I heed the voice of the spirits. Now what is that? I hope you appreciate this.
We have to bring the party up and around. Ah, I thought we disarmed that trap. We must have failed.
Do not fear. Do not waver.
Our horse got an ability. Had one of his abilities taken. We can actually heal that without having to use much. This is our natural, that's our natural restoration that we get for just being a Aasimar. Oh, come on, stop. She's confused, so she's like pounding on our dudes.
No reason to pause.
We're out of haste. We're almost out of spells, too. We really need to rest. Don't go up there. Don't go up there. Oh, dang it. Yeah. Well, we see the trap, but we don't see the trigger. That is unfortunate. We're gonna have to trigger the trap. Let's heal.
Stop learning.
And we'll keep going.
Focus on the goal.
They will break against our resolve.
We really should have buffed before we came out here. That's alright.
Your pain is my pleasure.
Right, there's some bodies over here that we can loot. That's kind of it for this section, even though we came all the way down here. There's just not a lot here. We did miss a pretty valuable section right here. Right? I thought it was right there. Here it is.
Watch out for trouble.
Nope. Gotta be here with the rock, right? Yeah.
Thanks, Lan.
All right,
You're
we
so
moved the
awesome,
rock,
Lan.
and there's this big giant spider here. We're gonna buff as much as we can. Which, unfortunately, isn't much.
We will win
What's
this
on your
war.
mind? I wonder.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of buffs here.
Doubt is the heart's
We're gonna be fighting this
greatest
at bare minimum.
Yes, what?
Throw a pit right on top of this.
You're a good person. I like you.
And we'll also get some summon monsters out here. Well, the pit didn't work. I didn't think it would, though. I mean, look at the size. It's twice the size of the pit.
You require my
We do need to get rid of that pit, though, because it's a spiked pit. It'll hurt us if we get sucked in there.
Keep your calm.
That's it for the cave.
Is that a trap? It might be a trap.
That's the necklace that we need. So we found a couple of things. We found this ring of stitches. It grants the immunity. It grants the wearer immunity to bleed. Stick that on Tila. We also found a belt of dexterity. We'll put that on. Like she's already wearing one. We'll stick it on Lan. We also found a necklace of natural armor +1. Plus it gives a +4 to saving throws against poison. Lan's already wearing an amulet +1, so let's just change that out. Then we'll stick this other amulet on Nino and give her the cloak of resistance as well. Lan can wear this, which is sticky veil. It's monk armor that we found. This is one of the reasons that we didn't go straight to the queen and we took losses for our army so that we could get this armor. We'll put that on Lan. And we don't need anything else. Got everything else. We're done with the cave. Let's head out. Get to camp, and our stream will be ending at that point. Don't smoke. It's real bad for you. Luckily, we don't have to run all the way back through this area, which isn't that long anyways. There's a exit right here. We picked up an enhanced weapon for a composite short bow. That bow is enhanced because it does a composite enhanced +3 bleed weapon. Whenever the wielder of this +3 composite short bow confirms a critical hit with it, the enemy suffers a -1 stacking penalty to their AC to the end of combat. Land would be great with this. The problem is that it will hurt his overall damage quite a bit. No, it only hurts it by 1, but it gives him a better chance to attack. Let's switch this over to land. And then we'll put the bow we just took off of land onto Ember, and we'll save this other bow until later. We have to take that bow off of land. He's specialized in longbows. That's going to hurt him in the long run. You know who we can put that bow on is we put it on Ember. There. Do it like that. And we're in the camp. All right, guys. We'll save our game right here. That kind of takes care of our stream for the day. I hope you had fun. I hope that the stream worked out well for everybody. I had a lot of fun with you guys today. I enjoyed this quite a bit, and I look forward to doing it with you again soon. You can see my schedule to see how it is. If this 3 o'clock deadline works out well, then that's going to be the deadline that I set. And maybe we'll do something on a weekend sometime, like a family day or something. But that pretty much covers the stream. Thanks so much, everybody, for joining me today. And I hope to see you again. Take care.